Hey ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Upsurge. We're here for a great week number 4 match. We've got Prevail taking on Synthetic. Pretty important one moving through the regular season here for the spring split of Upsurge, given the fact that both of these teams are so far undefeated. My name is Sticula. Joining me here is Chief. We've had a bit of a hiatus as Chief got his house renovated, and I've been spending a little bit more time in SCS and in the collegiate spheres, but I'm glad to be back for another great day of Upsurge.
It's so nice to hear your voice on broadcast. I mean, we've been casting for a year now, and we took a month break. Just blows my mind. But we're reunited once again. And you know what? I love that shirt, and I also love casting teams that are undefeated. As you mentioned, both these rosters are sitting at 3-0, the only teams that are undefeated in both groups. And honestly, Reese, this feels like we're going into a grand final, not a best of one.
Yeah, there is a lot on offer here. We can take a look more towards the rosters. A lot of experience across both of these teams. You look at Prevail, they've just been kind of walking their way through the regular season with a lot of dominant victories. Versus Synthetic, things have kind of been a little bit more shaky. They have played well enough to make sure that they have gone 3-0, but they have had a lot of games go pretty deep into overtime, 6-8, 7-8 results that kind of leave you with a few question marks as far as how does Prevail close out games so early in regulation, and then Synthetic linger on. Well, I'll tell you how that happens. It's got to be down to Momo and Exist. They can really get the momentum working under their wings. They're an excellent entry duo, and they do not mince words or take any prisoners.
But on the side of Synthetic, you have one of the best T3 IGLs of Poison, and that's something that you can't write off. Mohese is also just as good on those sticks, and we saw Maxile recently depart this roster. We've seen Proco step in as a sub, and that sounds like, whoa, there's a substitute in play. But Proco and Poison have been teaming for well over a year now, and that synergy is something that you can't overlook. Default stepping in for Prevail, coming from T1 play, I mean, that's also an asset that we can't overlook as he recently departed Met.
Yeah, I actually haven't been able to check out what he had been doing in the Copa Mexicano, but I can imagine probably was doing fairly well, coming now to sit on Prevail and have a good fun couple of matches. Some important things to talk about are a few comparison games that we have between Prevail and Synthetic. Both of them so far 3 games played, and in 2 of those 3 they have each played Title and Emergence Black. When Prevail took on Title, it was a 7-1. That was when they were playing with Boomski back in the first week of play, and when Synthetic took on Title, as I mentioned, things went into overtime. They did eke out a win, so they were still able to kind of get over their opponents and make sure they didn't lose outright. But it does kind of worry you the fact that against Title they went to overtime, and also in the Emergence Black game it was a similar storyline. Prevail had a 7-2, and again Synthetic found themselves down in the depths of overtime, having to struggle to earn their points.
I mean, something we can't overlook. Now, if we look at those rosters that Synthetic was playing at those times, those teams were going under, well, some changes. They're playing with substitutes. And that is, again, we're talking about how good Proko is and the synergy he has with Poison, but still, he isn't your setup 5 stack. He can try to absorb and learn as much of the strategies as possible. But if you're thrown in a few days before, you don't have a lot of time to scrim. You don't really get to digest those strategies. And I guess the same thing can be said for Prevail going into week 4, because Default is now playing. Boomski was playing back in week 1. Again, you have a player that won CL, you have a player that finished second in T1 play. So again, a plethora of experience, but at this level, it comes down to, that synergization.
Yeah, I think that's definitely important to look for here. The one big upside is Prevail. Each time they've made a roster change, it's not, an up-and-comer or a player that's just kind of beginning their experience in amateur Siege. No, it's been experienced players, as you mentioned. Now they have Default. Before they had Boomski, and just after that in week 2, they had Joe coming off of the NACL Nemesis roster. So they've at least had these players that have kind of filled up the structure and have allowed them to adjust on the fly. Versus Synthetic, who are still trying to find their rhythm. They've made a few good roster changes recently, notably Spiff and Tonez have come onto the team, and they're still going to need to use this opportunity to try and build that up. However, we talk about the importance of this match. Both teams currently having 3 wins total does lock themselves in for playoffs. So this game will mostly decide the seeding as we look forward towards playoff, and whichever team does take the win today, I would imagine will probably go 5-0 through the regular season.
But honestly, I feel almost robbed that this is a best of 1. I want to see this as a best of 5 where we let these teams just go absolutely ham all day. And honestly, if we look at the entire group A and B, these 2 teams going together are probably the strongest teams that we have at all. Again, their record shows it sitting at that 3-0 margin. But in a best of 1, well, we have to show our overall map pool, and you have to select only one map. And honestly, today's map, I think it actually favors Synthetic.
All right, well, we'll have to see how that plays off as we jump on to Villa here in this Rogue Conference breakaway game. We've got the Thatcher ban immediately, maybe the Ace or the Hibana to come in second, though Nomad is also something to worry about. We will have that range hard breacher eliminated Prevail for the veto there, and Ace is taken off, so you don't have as much hard breach on offer. I am a little bit disappointed that we have the Thatcher ban. I feel like that kind of adds to the consistency in the flow of our actual play, and there will be the Valkyrie taken off by Prevail. If I had to guess Synthetic's final ban here, I have to wonder if maybe it'll be a Melusi. I feel like that could benefit them. You're not going to have so many hiccups once we see them go to the second half, but they will instead remove the Maestro.
Again, all about information. We've seen how crucial information is to the defenders, because if we look at the macro perspective, the attackers, when they start to set up their execute, doesn't matter if they're going for a linear take or a take from the other side of the map and then setting up their crosses that direction. If you have information, you being a defender, you're going to be able to stop that style of play because you're going to be able to swing with information. What has made Villa attacker-sided in other games is the ability for the attackers to just set up a crossfire and not get punished. If you have a Maestro camera, for example, sitting over a 90, well, that's a new step for them to start to break down. They're going to have to drone at ADSs. They're going to have to rotate somebody with explosives and flashbangs, and that can start to take a toll on an attacking roster. That eats up time, and an enterprising defender can capitalize on it and take kills as well.
Well, immediately out of the gate, we've got the roles a little bit better defined. There's that entry duo I spoke of, Exist on his signature Zofia, and Momo, well known for his signature crouch-walking Ash plays. Default is going to bring up the Hibana. Moreover, on Synthetic is where things start to get a little bit wacky. You've got Poison bringing the Clash in conjunction also with a Cade to deny more of the hard breach, given that Thatcher is banned here, and I doubt Prevail are probably going to bring a Maverick on a Villa attack. And you've also got the Mira to help this as well. I'm really keen to see what Poison can do with the Clash Shield. I think you're probably going to see him set up here by the top of the study staircase. It can be oh so troubling to try to clear out the Clash, especially given Clash is so good in these kind of choke point spots where you're pushing her from one direction, and that definitely fits the bill as far as top study is concerned. You're not often going to really be able to get into 90 while the Clash is still up, and so Prevail, if they're trying to shut down the Clash, take her away on the rotation when she tries to double back to the objective, that could be your biggest strong point. Looking forward to this round 1 attack.
You know, Reese, name a better duo, Poison and Clash. I mean, they're just like peanut butter and jelly. They're always together. And something that you're mentioning that's become very unique on Villa, Mirror has been allowed to go through ban phases. This is, I think, the third or fourth game that I've been casting where we've seen Mirror in play. She used to be this operator that is so oppressive. It makes it almost impossible to be able to push from an angle. That angle and that plant spot, well, that's going to be maps as well as vault door. The thing is, she doesn't seem to be this just menacing wall of information like she used to be, because on Villa, well, all you do is rotate one of your attackers under into library. You have some good droning play, and you're able to remove the pressure from the mirror windows. You shoot underneath, you pop the canister, and that player has to rotate away, and they won't be able to sit there as comfortably.
And that's really important to talk about it. If you're going to choose to ban another defender and elect to have on option a Mira left on the board, you have to be prepared, if you're going to play for an Aviator execute, to be able to go below through the mid round. The problem here for Prevail is that they've already sort of lined up their gun sights on what this execute is going to look like. Early in the round, they had pressure coming in from 90. That forces the Clash player to now fall back and kind of concede this area of control that Prevail can try to work with. Momo's going to get a little bit of intel now. He'll recognize where the Mira is in position, but I like the deployment of the X-Kairos here. It's going to cut off Mira's position. She's got to kind of rotate away, given that, look at Rush. He's on the vertical upside down rappel. You're going to have a hell of a time trying to fight him back from there, and this could give Prevail a little bit more credence to try to go for the Aviator execute.
Hones isn't even safe here in U-Bar because of that upside down rappel. We're just looking at it as a place, oh, you can just challenge those mirror windows outright. No, you can challenge the entire bomb site and be safe more or less. Now, there is an ace in the sleeve of Synthetic. That's going to be the Nitro Cell from underneath, as Spiff is going to be lurking there and trying to use that clock as that asset, wasting it down as much as possible. You couple that with Clash still over in Classical Hallway, and it becomes quite a monster to push on through Prevail. While they have set up their 360 crossfire, more or less, they're going to have to start to go for the execute. They swing into the bomb site. They're going to have the majority of the refrags in their favor until Synthetic snaps that away. The plant's still going down, stuck in the gas, and now it's stopped outright. Diffuser over by Maps. It's going to be a full sin to re-grab that. If you want to go for that strategy, well, you're going to have to go now. It's all on the planter, stuck in a corner with no more hope. Synthetic takes round one.
There we have it, the result of this attack. I think the one problem that maybe Prevail didn't account for is the flank of Freak coming up from the study staircase side. He isolated one gunfight, I believe. We kind of dropped down to the first floor before I could check that out. I think he got a kill out to the study veranda, and because Prevail didn't have anybody there for the trade, they were trying to commit to the execute, and the toxic canister was not making that terribly easy. The round began to slowly crumble. I think Prevail sort of missed their window to try and charge in there. They tried to get the objective down before actually acknowledging the players that were holding out below, and so you take the toxic canister, you couple that with the nitro cells, the explosive capability, and the lethal utility that Synthetic put on the playing field. It didn't make things really too easy to get the plant down. Once Prevail lost their first planter, they had to quickly kind of scurry to try to recover it, and by then, with Freak on the flank coming in at study side, the round was effectively already lost.
Moving over to the secondary bomb site, it's going to be a similar style of defense where it's all about absorbing that attacker time. Prevail, they put themselves in a position to go for their execute. They just never really finished crossing those T's. Now for them, it's fair to assume that they're going to go for an execute from the south side of the map over by study and clear all the way to the north. But once they get over to Boar and Lamp, well, they're going to find themselves at that crossroads. What do you go for an attack next? Do you put somebody over to the Stars window, like we saw in yesterday's games? Or do you put somebody over to the east, like a traditional style of attack, where, again, always trying to put as much pressure into the bomb site as possible? Now, with two drones from Prevail downstairs on that first floor, it seems like it's going to be a linear execute. It's going to be about clearing that first floor, using that explosive utility sky high, and now you soften up that triple wall, and you can start to go for an execute. I like the hard breaching that we saw in round one, where it wasn't designed to have a new doorway, but it was designed to cut off rotation. You can do the exact same here on Trophy when you open up that eastmost wall of Trophy, and that way you have a cutoff in the split.
Yep, here we go. You've got a bit of a defensive holdout at the top of the Astro stairs. Momo's going to have a little bit of difficulty if he tries to challenge in through the bathroom side. You can see a little bit through the highlights about that vertical sort of linear attack you were speaking of. However, you look again and you can see that Momo and Tonez are both waiting down there to deny it at every step that Prevail might try to take. I think this has caused a bit of a rotation. Prevail know that they're going to need their heavy gunners to try to step in below if they're going to have any luck securing the vertical game, so they're going to send Momo in. The drones will go out and exist as first through the charge. Now as he opens things up, Synthetic kind of realized this and they're going to fall back, but the time waste has already been pretty successful, I would say. You burn the clock. You've caused Prevail to have to take members who were at the very cutting edge of the execute upstairs, now to rotate below and try to achieve this vertical game. Gizmo launches a frag grenade over the top of the wall. Looks like it should have cleared one of the mute jammers off, so the hard breaching game should be fairly succinct now onwards, just so long as Default can get in before Tonez gets any cute ideas about rotating another mute jammer.
The thing is, if I was Prevail, it still keeps somebody on that first floor because the rotations can come back and start to bite you with those nitro cells. But one of those nitro cell wielders, he's going to actually end up winning the gunfight against Gizmo. So refrags back and forth between these two teams. But Prevail has strong holdings over on the Astro side. Mohesi's going to have to hold this line as there's three members of Prevail starting to flood on through. He has that reinforced wall to use as cover, and that's going to be good positioning for now. But the hunting pack of Prevail is still lurking on forward. He has to be careful where his feet are lying in that prone position. And now it's a flood in for Rush. He has the control of the Deer Room bomb site. And Synthetic, they're going to have to find a counter strategy to retake on their bomb site. One up Astro stairs and two in through Zombie. It's now going to be all on Poison as teammates have started to fall around him. Rush is on the 4K. He can attempt the ace, but he is spotted out from that rotation into split. Poison go for a tease of those bullets down range, and there's Rush, able to save the day for Prevail and claim himself an ace along the way.
Well, if you can't have Momo or Exist get the entry picks, just send your Nomad all the way through. Pretty much the trailblazer here of the Prevail offense, securing control of Astro, constantly bouncing between objective on-site kills and to counter the late flank attempted there by Freak. All of it was shut down, and Rush comes out a big winner in round number 2, putting Prevail on the scoreboard, opening us up, moving into round 3 at a 1-1 scoreline. After that difficult loss and an inability to kill Rush seen in the previous round, we'll have Synthetic go to dining room and kitchen. Gonna take a bit of a step back. Statue didn't work out so well. They tried to play the vertical game, they tried to hold below, and they were somewhat successful in slowing down Prevail, but not from denying them outright, and eventually we saw the hard breach game be successful, giving Prevail every option that they really needed.
So downstairs into kitchen we'll go. Now, will we see Prevail live up to their player that just aced Rush? Well, are they going to rush through one of our bomb sites? I highly doubt that. Prevail, while capable of being aggressive and taking really phenomenal gunfights, I mean, you have Momo in the lobby after all, the way they like to tank is in a methodical manner. I mean, just look at round 1 and round 2. They want to clear every single nook and cranny. They want to make sure Synthetic is not sitting comfortable in their bomb site as well as on their expansive roams. And right now, Synthetic is going to do the traditional style of defense, going upstairs, putting some of your utility there. Now, we've seen a lot of attacking teams find themselves in the exact same roadblock, and they have to decide, are we going to go for that traditional attack, or are we going to start to do that new school, the new age method, where you clear in through library and you do the linear execute? The reason you do something like that is because with all the defenders' utilities upstairs, now they're going to have to hold a brand new area, and they're not going to really have the arsenal to be as comfortable in that scenario.
Certainly see the value of attempting more of a horizontal push, and that's what things look like so far. You've got Momo posted up, just waiting inside Piano, but Tones is on the opposite side, looking to maybe contest it back. He'll get a couple of drones for his luck. Not the best start here for Prevail in the intel economy. They're going to have to get a kill off the back of this if they want to trade out the deficit, but look at that. Tones is going to round the corner and get an easy one onto Rush. No ace, not even a single kill, just immediately following the impressive performance the Nomad saw in round number 2, and now Tones himself himself and it being heckled inside of library and living room side with Gizmo on his cutoff and a frag grenade in hand, ready for it to be launched on over. Tones has got to be real careful here. He'll take a tiny sliver of damage. As he rotates out, it seems that Momo has kind of given up the ghost. If he were still in piano, he might have been able to cut off the mute as he rotated away, but given that the piano position no longer held, Tones is going to get away scot-free, though taking a lot of damage. I'd say the massive impact he had on the drone economy and also a kill to deny rush was well worth the lost HP.
That was a perfect defensive strategy coming out by Synthetic, where they expand themselves out, where they're prepared for a vertical clear as well as that horizontal clear. And now you can see Prevail. They're still participating in this first floor execute, but they haven't been able to secure the deals on any of that offsite pressure. This is going to allow Synthetic to come from new angles that they might not be expecting. And there he is. Tones doing exactly that. The prophecy said he's going to do some bananas play, and there he is up the red stairs and now able to go up through pantry. Exist is going to attempt to stop that bleeding, but it might be a little bit too late as Prevail is down a lot of their roster. It's a 2v4 and Exist is on 2 HP.
Not a great spot for your main fragger, the Zofia, to be in. Exist had earlier teased the laundry door and secured one pick, but now the full breadth of Synthetic is bearing down on him in a shotgun. Just one tiny sliver of that buckshot, all is needed to shut down Exist. Default tries to creep in from the bike side, but he'll get cut off before having much success. And now Poison, his elbow goes undetected by Exist. Synthetic will move up to 2-1 here with a success on the tertiary side, and Prevail having some difficulty getting started on the below hold.
Prevail, you could see what they wanted. They wanted to have that first floor control, but they never really took effort into pushing that. We saw haphazard droning where double drones were confirming the exact same real estate, and once they saw Mute was playing over in library, well, they never really actually pushed him. They had certain players, their flank watch come through library, hold that closed door, and just say, hey, I have enough coverage to possibly watch the doors. Momo was there temporarily coming in through piano, also holding that crossfire, but he got recalled for whatever reason. That one misstep allows Tones to relocate to a different side of the map where he's still able to pressure up red stairs. Again, when you see such a grandiose roam, you have two options. You either go for a full site execute, but that's considered a rush and a very risky play, or you actually start to deal with those mini games and start to break that down. Prevail went for, I guess, the third option, the neither option, where they decided to let those roamers exist, and eventually it shot them in the back. So again, you have to be very active with these attacks. If you allow Synthetic to have a mile, well, they'll make it 4 miles. That's the brilliance of Poison on an IGL. He will abuse you if you allow him to just think through a round.
I think the way I probably would have corrected that attack is maybe have somebody spawn like stable side at the main road, open up the window coming into Mudroom, and just cut off that one sightline going across Big Ben. And then maybe instead of having Exist kind of just linger purposelessly at the window just outside of kind of the Piano 90 corridor, I'd actually have him take the lifeline and open up the triple wall that faces into that kind of awkward sort of stage area. You get that, it kind of opens up a sightline, and now Tones is forced back, and with that in place, send your sledge in. Now Tones probably going to feel a little bit more pressured, and it could have gone a little bit better off. Prevail just didn't look as prepared or as drilled in that execute as you might have liked, and as a result, they kind of were uncertain about how to move forward. But now transitioning into round number 4, things look fairly similar, almost a repeat of what we had on the initial round. However, I'm curious to see what Gizmo will make happen as he's selected the Buck to bring that skeleton key in below with the hopes of disrupting Tones' mirror windows.
You know, Reese, we missed one important thing. It's Tones.gn. His whole goal in life is to GN players, and he did that in their past round. You also have Freak in the lobby, Mohese, all.gn. So, you know, that's the big brain play. If you trip out your attackers early on or your opponents with that GN, you can just mess them up for days. Now, that Buck can also mess you up for days. So underneath pressure, as that skeleton key starts to sing, removing all that soft floor. Well, Tones, our star player from the previous round, he is now going to have to relocate. Unable to play behind those mirror windows is going to be a large part of that Synthetic defense. Now, it's a similar scenario the last time we saw this. Unable to play by those mirror windows. That was from those ex-Cairo pellets. And crucially, what helped in round 1 were the smoke grenades. Mohese is now dead.
Well, it looks as though maybe Poison is going to be able to pull back and have a little bit more security. The threat of Gizmo and the skeleton key still lingers below. I think he's just kind of holding off the flank. I'm not sure exactly what he's doing right now. We'll see him toss a flashbang in, or maybe think about the opportunity to do so. But Spiff will open up as he gets the refrag, securing the death of the Hibana. However, there's Rush as he begins to heat up, and Freak, with an aggressive move, is very successful onto Rush, who is prepared for the clash. Not a Jaeger with guns up, right at the book's corner of the hallway. Prevail's man advantage, now a memory of the past, as things sit at a 3-on-3 in the time, less than a minute remaining with Diffuser out of reach. It'll need to be recovered, and that's exactly what Exist does, but Spiff still lingering so tentatively right on the brink of the window, and now has full info, surely to be relayed to the rest of Synthetic. The plant to begin, the Nitro lands, it'll connect onto Exist. Now the second kill of Spiff for the round, and Momo and Gizmo, pestered by the clash coming in. Synthetic have got everything that they need. Freak will swing out for one, can he find a second? Momo prone behind the risk table will be able to find a first, and Poison, he'll try to go for the battle up. Momo the pistol, it fails him. Poison finishes it off. Synthetic, 3-1.
So we saw two different attacks coming out from Prevail. In round one, they went for the north clear from Master all the way down to the south. In round four, they elect for the south push, the linear push. The problem for Prevail is they still miss the same steps. They're not really addressing all of Synthetic's utility. They never really succeeded with that true 360-degree crossfire. Prevail would have been better off rotating somebody up the red stairs, maybe two of their troops. That way, you can apply pressure from Classical Hallway from two different directions. Poison was one of those time sinks throughout the round. He was allowed to sit in Classical unchallenged. There was no explosive utility to deal with him, and he just sends his tasers down range. He can call for communication and allow that Jaeger to swing off that information. Now, if Prevail puts somebody in 90, well, Poison's going to have to retreat back into his bomb site. He's going to be less effective there. He can still post up in a position to deny the plan, but that way, you can now have Prevail continue to use a skeleton key from underneath and actively hunt them. And also, more in that skeleton key, only one of those mirror windows were addressed by the skeleton key. That was the southmost window. If Buck continued on, well, removing that floor, that final position, that final nitrocell of tones, it wouldn't have been as effective because he wouldn't have been able to hold that angle as comfortably. He can still guide that nitrocell off the audio cue, but again, you'd much rather have, your eyes confirm that the bomb's going down than a actual audio cue.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I think the skeleton key kind of was underused and didn't really please me in the way that Prevail put it into use much. It kind of opened up, I think there was like a hole made at the main door to try to watch for the clash, but the Buck never got anything off the back of it, and Poison made a reaction therein. Exist almost lining up. Looks like maybe that's the Cade hiding out in kitchen. In fact, it is. Tones holding below. We've seen this play out before. However, Synthetic have made a few swaps in their roster composition. They don't have the same pulse that they had previously, though still Mohesi to bring in the Goyo. Look at this, though. Momo, he'll instantly move in, however, traded before he can double up on the kill count. This will now go prone, feeling the pressure. Prevail marching forward, and the drone is there to get the intel, but Mohesi feels fluid to continue moving around, and a lack of boots on the ground inside a pantry is going to cause a few problems. However, Mohesi has to back up out and through the pantry door, and he'll get responded to as default. Claims victory from out on the northward rappel. Spiff, however, look at that. He'll find the Zofia. Now removing the key entry duo, Exist and Momo have not had the same level of success that they've seen against teams like Tidal and Emergence Black so far. More of a quiet game for them. Rush still living off the back of the hype his ace had gotten him when last time we saw this statue bomb site played.
And that's one of the problems for Prevail. The only round that they've won was off that ace. After that, Rush has gone quiet. He's only gotten a kill in this round since then. So it's been 3 rounds since he's found the impact of the scoreboard. And he's also on that top frag Prevail roster known for the mechanical skill. Gone a temporary silent manner. And that's kind of terrifying for this team. Just known for that just abrasive play. And they also are going to have to deal with utility, and that starts to get even more terrifying. They have Melusi Wub-Wubs in their ways. They have Goyo shields, and they're going to have to start to remove that step by step. There's a first round of explosive devices to answering out the Goyo shield over in stat, but they still have a Goyo shield. Triple stacked with ADSs on this Astro Stairs. That's going to allow Poison to basically perpetually exist in this spawn. A bad Nitrocell preset, unfortunately designed to remove Prevail, it misses entirely.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
And to talk about the shield here, even if they had something to clear it out, they would have to expend all of their flashbangs, And Gizmo's already used both of his frags, so there's no way you can push Bathroom here. That's got to be a non-option. Default will get spotted out by the default cam below, just a Big Ben. The reaction is made. You can see the one player holding on the Astro stairs has gone prone in reaction to this. But Rush is ready for the creep around the corner. Freak was looking distracted, but that simply doesn't matter. The Malusi will light up Rush, and only one bullet needed for the headshot. However, Gizmo comes through to get the trade. 12 seconds on the clock. It'll have to be a Rush play. Gizmo gonna get the plant down, but Spiff having a bit of difficulty. He'll get the kill, and Poison to swing round for the headshot onto Gizmo mid-plant as Synthetic will collect their 4th round on Villa.
So, Reese, I want Prevail to start to set up more cutoffs. And that means if you say, hey, Synthetic's all on this first floor, maybe let's put somebody over in Piano just to hold that cutoff. So if they come from Big Ben jungle sign, well, they're going to die. Because Prevail, while they did win all those kills on that first floor, it took them a while to do so. And it also took them their primary entries. Momo is a phenomenal player, but when he's just solo pushing in through Jukebox, able to take a kill, and there's more members of Synthetic downstairs over by Tetris, I mean, they're such a good team. They're going to be able to capitalize on that. And again, I do have to say, though, Prevail, their entries in through Master in the dying seconds of the round, Gizmo able to take that refrag. Again, they have moments of brilliance. They're strong on those final engagements. I mean, going 2v2 in 30 seconds left on the clock, that's a good position to be in, but you could be better if you sit yourself up to have all of those roamers off-site killed where you have your man count, and now you can work on refragging with a man advantage. That's going to be an ace up every single roster sleeve, but unfortunately, Prevail has been struggling to even get their foot in the door.
Yeah, and you mentioned in the previous round, we can't really tiptoe around the fact that the only round Prevail have in their scorecard was the one where Rush just got every single frag and aced his way through a Synthetic defense on the 2nd floor. We'll see more of the same as we had last time on Dining with the extension up above. Plenty of utility reinforcements, the whole works to try and hold this control. Let's look and see if Prevail try to attack this head on. Go in up above or attempt more of the same in that horizontal pressure coming in from Piano and Library side as they had done last time we went to Dining in round number 3. Seems like maybe this is going to be that horizontal pressure again, especially now that you've got Rush droning in from Pantry or droning in from Art Storage and Gizmo pressuring at the main side. They've got drones on this as well. Maybe Momo thinking about a mudroom hop-in. That'd be one way to be able to clear Tones, especially if it goes undrone. Rush will check for it, immediately jumping off the drone, though I feel like Tones might have just been able to sneak past it here. You can tell Gizmo was completely unaware. Tones will get one shot, however, instantly trade as Exist picks up just his 2nd kill of the game. An important turning point, never better to start to heat up in the final round of the first half, where Prevail definitely need their key fraggers to be that entry to push their way through. A 1-5 half on Villa, given the attack, is definitely unacceptable.
There is a large difference between Tone's roam and our first showing of Kitchen and our last showing. He was so aggressive, stuck over there in the washroom's bathroom. He has no hope of rotating. He is a dead man on an island. Great for him to able to take a kill on the Gizmo. I mean, that was a gift made by Prevail, but after that, I mean, Tones was boxed into a corner. He was a dead man walking. So good on Prevail to even able to capitalize on that after the fact. And Synthetic, they are rectifying their fallen teammates' mistake. They're starting to find the scoreboard, and they're starting to eat up. Prevail was pushing out through Big Ben, and they're all getting buried one by one. Diffuser lost in Big Ben, and now it's on Rush. The man with the ace back in round 2. He's going to have to attempt something dangerous. He has himself in bad way, though. He's caught out by the pulse cardiac sensor, and he's going to hightail it away from that position.
Rush just trying to see if he can maybe isolate 1 or 2 gunfights here, but Poison with the pulse scanner presents quite a significant threat. Diffuser just waiting at the bottom of Big Ben. Surely when Tones had shut down default, that was communicated, but Rush will now recover it and maybe think about pushing through China. Got a crossfire set up between Spiff, Freak, and Poison. Moving through, there's really nothing you can do. Poison will enamor him through the wall. Synthetic to pick up their 5th defense, really leaving nothing up to chance here. I have to feel maybe going to Villa was not the best decision to make for Prevail, stepping into this game with a substitute and not entirely being prepared for what Synthetic have got to show them.
I mean, at the start of this series, we looked at the map Villa, and I mean, this screams synthetic to me. When you have poison in the lobby, you can't go to a map that's designed to have IGLs think, because, well, if you have a competent IGL like Poison, he can evolve a map into something that an attacking roster might struggle to break down. But Reese, we also have to take it at face value. Is Villa just being incredibly defender-sided? Now that Synthetic's moving over to their first attacking stint, are they going to find themselves in the exact same pitfalls of Prevail? Are they going to struggle to take map control? Are they going to struggle to clear out these roamers? Are their drone economy going to be nuked right away? These are all problems that Poison has to directly think about when he's taking his execute. And it's going to start off with deciding, well, where am I going to execute and what avenue am I going to go? Is it going to be a linear take, or is it going to be a full clear?
I guess that's mostly going to be dictated by how Prevail set themselves up. If they advertise more of an extended clear, then Synthetic are going to have to kind of respond to that and dictate what they want to do as a way to try and shut it down. However, as much as I want to say that Prevail are going to come back now that it's defense and, you know, they're going to completely change gears just because of kind of the nature of the beast and how Villa operates holistically, I don't know if I can say that completely truthfully. I mean, a 1 to 5 half is something, and it's not purely the rounds won, it's how Synthetic have done it. Rounds 3 through 6 were won uninterrupted, and the only one that Prevail had even secured was off the back of a single player's entry performance, given, you know, Prevail had set up Rush to execute that ace, but also you have to think about how come that setup wasn't there in other rounds to allow more not the Nomad to frag out and allow more of your entry players to meet that success. There's a lot of questions that you could ask here. Synthetic going to set up for that master bedroom clear. The full sweep we talked about coming in north to south, but Exist is going to put up a little bit of resistance. Looked like there was maybe a replicator coming through, giving the Jaeger a bit of a scare, and look at that. Spiff has isolated Momo. Not even sure where that had gone down at, but an entry pick. It looks like it was Spiff from outside on the boar window. And now we'll see it doubled up as Freak flawlessly executes coming in through the corridor, picking away the head of Exist, and now things looking a bit desperate here for the Prevail defense.
I have to say how refreshing these new attacking lineups are, where we see teams debating the opportunity cost of utility, whether or not you want to run an Ashe, a Zofia, or an Iona. It's all about how much utility you want to remove. And with Goyo shields in play, well, Iona, she has 3 explosive devices. Ashe has 3 explosive devices. Zofia only has 2, but she could also burn her own ADSs. And that becomes quite crucial. Synthetic, though, they're going to go in favor of the Iona-Ashe combination because she also increases that drone economy. It's going to allow you to take map real estate a lot faster. I mean, look at where Synthetic is. They've already cleared out the entire north side of the map. They're able to get a down onto Rush, and now Prevail's stuck in their bomb side with only 2 of their teammates left alive and standing. Fortunately for them, Gizmo has 2 different deployable shields that he can play off of, as well as those ADSs. He's going to give away his position by that pre-fire, and now he's going to be forced to hightail it away from Classical Hallway and deeper into Study.
Excellent rotation by Spiff, heading away from the 90 window, now just outside of Study, and Poison also going to attempt a similar feat as he goes outside from the Study window. The Default is going to pick up a second kill as he'll find Tones. I think just trying to sneak in down the corridor of 90. Maybe the Iana player kind of banking on the fact that they thought it would be a replicator and not an actual person. But just as Default found success, Freak is going to collect 2 more on the round to give himself a quad kill. Synthetic are going to pull away here in round number 7 as they go towards match point. The weight on the shoulders of the Prevail players has got to be mounting here.
I mean, incredible showing by Synthetic. Both of these rosters have a career history of 3-0. The only 2 undefeated teams are going head-to-head. We're saying this feels like a best of 5. And man, the things that Synthetic has been doing to Prevail, I mean, they look unstoppable. This new roster, Synthetic has been juggling players around. They've been playing with substitutes, Spiffs, and Tones entering in. I mean, they are playing phenomenally. Now, they might be at the bottom of that team, but still, they're doing their role, and that's the most important thing. Everybody just looks at the scoreboard and says, oh, you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, you've contributed nothing. But let's look at Tones. He's had roams where he wastes holy amount of time, just absorbing more and more time. I mean, if you look across probably every single roam, he's wasted half the round, 6 times. I mean, that's incredible in its worth. If we look at that last attacking round, he droned in those primary entries. He identified a Jaeger playing close to Lamb. He communicated that and allowed his teammate of Spiff to take that crossfire and end up winning that duel. The whole strategy for Prevail back in round 7 was to snipe away drones and waste time. But Synthetic had their own strategy, and that was those cutoffs. Great use of that cutoff. Synthetic is looking lights out.
10 seconds to
Well, we talked about this game as maybe being needing of a best of 5, given the caliber of these two teams and what that might look like in a more endurance-based setup. But I have to talk about the best of 1 aspect, because I feel like Synthetic have come into this one kind of aware of the fact that this is one map, and the way that you start off playing is going to dictate whether or not you win or lose. There's not a whole lot of room to be able to kind of pull off a U-turn and completely change the way that the game has gone so far, because Synthetic had a lot of success through the first half, and now we're kind of just sweeping up what's left here. The road forward towards a Prevail comeback is looking quite treacherous, and I think Synthetic have kind of read into how Prevail are playing here. This is a very aggressive, sort of fast and loose style of siege, and Synthetic are always in the right positions to be able to shut it down, and I think that's really benefit Synthetic so far. Sometimes Freak will just have these sort of light switch games where he's switched on and nobody can shut him down. I would say 13-3 is definitely representative of that, but also what you mentioned, the fact that statistics don't completely tell you the whole picture. Spiff is going 6-2. He's been surviving for a lot of time, and I think that speaks to the fact that this has been a very calculated game by Synthetic. They aren't taking too many risks that they aren't prepared to encumber themselves with.
Freak's already in study. He's in a position to take gunfights in the gun vault door. Met's gonna fall, or that's gonna be default. The former player of Met's gonna fall to smoke, and Freak is going to miss a ton of bullets. Rush is gonna somehow be able to survive that entire engagement. And it seems like Synthetic, they were poised to go for their execute, and now that unbridled aggression is actually going to cost one of those primary entries. Freak goes down, and Exist is going to be recalled over into 90. Mohesse was down but not out, and there is Exist able to finish that off. Synthetic's fast execute through study, it's going to cost them.
Yeah, this has been nothing but trouble so far. Synthetic having a bit of a turnaround here as the only remaining player being Tones. Great pre-fire, well-placed crosshair for Tones, as he'll collect Momo, moving this into 1v2 territory. And the fact that Gizmo is not playing with his teammate is going to cause a few issues, wouldn't you say? Now things are just a one-on-one, and there is a minute left for the final attacker, the Iana of Tones, to try to work his way through this here. Exist has got full HP, and that 416 is quite some weapon. Tones, though, still has a frag grenade. He could try to lob it over towards the game's door and then attempt to plant from here on, but he'll go for the peek, and Exist is going to shut it down before that clutch came to fruition. Tones almost walked away from that scot-free, but Exist will manage to do it as Prevail hang on for one more Villa round.
Again, that was one of the first times we've seen Synthetic start to struggle. They never addressed any of the strategy of Prevail. They decided, hey, we're just going to go for an execute in the first 60 seconds. They never removed the utility. They never really removed any of the pressure other than default getting too aggressive and burying those smoke grenades. They need to slow down their execute. What made round 7 so phenomenal for Synthetic was when they got those opening duels, they never sped up their attack. They still went through their default motions. They went through those checklists. They rotated their players. This round, Synthetic said, all right, we can take map control instantly. We can go to the bomb site instantly, and we'll just start to push. You need to be controlled on your insertion through the map. When you start to realize how the players are playing, well, you can start to go for a linear execute, but still remember your strengths from the previous round. Those were those cutoffs, and that means you can put somebody over on 90. That way, if a defender rotates 90, well, you have the upside down Prevail ready to take that gunfight.
Yeah, and think about how successful Exist was just hiding out at that 90 corner. I think it was the comfortability of a lack of a 90 player on the rappel that allowed him to constantly swing out. He got the first kill. I didn't quite catch who that was onto, but also dealing a little bit of damage in the follow-up on the Tones that allowed the Jaeger, when he eventually kind of cycled around to find himself in the one-on-one, that earlier damage that he had done made the 416 much easier to shut down the Iana. And Synthetic, they kind of flip-flopped. They had a really successful attack, and then they had one where they forgot what made them so successful in just the previous round, and the point that you make is perfectly spot on. So we'll have to see if Synthetic are going to make that same mistake twice and kind of play into the style of siege that Prevail were expecting, or maybe things were going to go a little bit differently, and Synthetic might still be able to kind of appropriate the closeout here. But let's move into the next round. Off the back, Aviator, actually the first time we saw the site replayed twice. We won't see it a third time now that Prevail have locked themselves out of it, and we'll head over towards Statue. Synthetic aren't really slouching in their execute, however. You've got the reinforcement opened up, and Momo lurking below, and I think a lack of intel on his position. Given that Demazi has got a nitro cell here, this could be so dangerous. Momo just kind of lurking out below, hiding and trying to play for this. Especially if there's intel for Momo as well, things could be disastrous. You cannot afford an opening death. That's really going to open up the momentum throttle for Prevail to start their comeback run.
I'm always excited to see the Nitro Cell Bonanza style plays. And there is Momo, the crouch master, just sneaking his way on through. Toads now falls. All the information, the frag grenades at Gone 6 has now been buried outright. And Synthetic needs to find a new avenue. Fortunately for them, they have pressure over to the east. But that might not be enough when you couple in that Nitro Cell Bonanza from underneath. Now, Rush has spent one of his golden tickets. And Mohesse, the man that's been crouching all around the map, is unable to do so. So back and forth, these two teams go, but Rush wants to make sure he has as much aggressive pressure over by the master bathroom as possible. You delay time there, and you can start to hurt the attackers in every single twist and turn.
Mo just kind of holding off for that cross pressure outside of the connector. Sort of laying down the law, but Synthetic's man disadvantage is not going to make this one easy, especially if now you've lost your proficient fragger Freak. Gizmo's lurking for the flank to try to come up from Astro's side. Nobody from Synthetic has yet moved in here as the pace has ground to quite a deafening halt in the round. We'll see some of the X-Kairos utility. It's pretty clear Synthetic are forming up to try and attempt what looks like a Statue side execute. Default will be DBNO'd. I think that's by Poison just playing for the breach, and now a second. Spiff's nade will collect and move this into Synthetic territory. Mo's gonna get the plant down, and Rush has got to make a move as he's unsure about what remaining attacker positions still are being held. The Nitro will detonate, but Poison is gonna shut down a second, now the third. Synthetic are here and ready for the closeout in round number 9, as they're gonna take this one quite early before overtime. A 7-2 result, oh so dominant here. What a performance by them. Synthetic are gonna put it up and put it away.
What an incredible series by Synthetic. You said it best. We are talking about this game going the distance. I almost feel robbed that we didn't see it go to that 12th round. But in this best of one today, Synthetic showed their dominance. They showed their ingenuity, able to break down strategies and create strategies that Prevail wasn't able to deal with. Again, Prevail has been this powerhouse roster here in UPL, but unfortunately, they never really found their strength in this series. But both these teams have already confirmed themselves in that postseason, so this could be one of those G2 scenarios where you're saving strats. You don't want to deal your entire hand.
Yep, and with that being said, that closes out the first game that we've got here at UPL Rainbow Six. We'll be back for a second one. Dallas Vendetta taking on X13 in the Raven Conference. But before we go there, we're going to be heading to a short break as we prepare everything for what's going to be a fun show heading up next. Stick with us into the intermission.
Oh no, no. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no, no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
We have returned. That was a phenomenal series from before. Prevail versus Synthetic, a 7-2 victory for Synthetic. And now we move over to a completely different series. It is going to be Dallas Vendetta versus X13. And a game that I'm hoping also goes the distance, unlike that first one of the day. And your favorite casting duo here in UPL, well, we're going to be returning. Sticula and Chief are back.
We've returned for X13 taking on Dallas Vendetta, and this game has got a few things I could say about it. I think X13 generally considered the favorites here. Dallas Vendetta have made a lot of roster changes. They look completely different from any roster you might have seen from them in a previous Upsurge season, and I would say they still haven't really been able to find their strength or find really what their character is as a team. That's something they've been working towards compared to X13, which have had 1 loss and 2 wins. They've had a pretty dominant result. They took out took out Limicki, which is a team that I haven't had the chance to cast, but I have heard a few stories about that. It'd be barring scams and needles teams. So it's fairly decent result, 7-1, pretty dominant. Dallas Vendetta, the only time that I've managed to cast him so far this season was there's no other way to describe it. It was really a disaster. They played an overtime game against Emergence Black, I do believe, and it was weird. It was really weird. That's the only way that you can describe it, and it was disastrous, I think is another way that you would say. It was on Cafe, and Dallas Vendetta and Trust Only Your Squad, who they played, could not figure out how to attack on Cafe. I don't know why they didn't make any changes, and it was a real lack of adaptability, which is not something you're going to get away with against a team like X13.
So Dallas Vendetta, they're in this rut in the road where they're going to either evolve into Trust on Your Squad, because Trust on Your Squad, they're in this exact same scenario at the start of last UPL, the last season of UPL, the winter season. And Trust on Your Squad, they put in the effort, they put in their due diligence, and they evolved into probably one of the best up-and-coming rosters in T3. Dallas Vendetta, if they put their hearts into their work, if they start to fill out themselves, get a better understanding of their player base, they too can go in that Toys path and evolve into something good. If not, they're going to be still in that position, a bottom seed team here in UPL, and I can trust you, Aquino doesn't want to be that player.
Ooh, Dallas Vendetta really almost chanced it there towards the end. They will ban Cafe, which makes me really happy. I think Dallas Vendetta probably should stay clear of Cafe Dostoevsky. It's not their greatest map. Oregon, I can't really say what to look for here. I feel like I've maybe been a little bit familiar. Maybe I saw like a clip on Twitch or a little bit of a VOD of X13 on Oregon. I'm fairly familiar with their roster. A few gunners. The situation here in the Raven Conference is a lot closer than what we have over in the Rogue Conference, where you had 2 teams coming in today that were 3-0, and then one that's 2-2, and then another that is 1-2, 1-2, and then 0-2. But things have kind of developed in a bit of a different pattern so far, and Raven Conference is a lot closer. I think it's probably going to be one of these matches going into next week that's going to decide which teams that we see kind of stuck down here in the regular season, unable to progress towards the playoffs. X13 are definitely in that spot. Dallas Vendetta, not really so much. They're 0-3 right now, and things really don't look great for them. So this is more a bit of a practice run to get some more experience and then maybe come back fighting in the next season.
You know, you're talking about the small victory of Dallas Vendetta, how they didn't go to Cafe. But Reese, we might be the big losers, as it's Borgen that selected, and that always brings tears to my eye. Now, admin has just informed us that Dallas Vendetta, unfortunately taking 3 previous losses, that is going to bury them in a position where they will not be able to qualify for postseason. But at this point, it is a glorified scrim for them, where they can start to learn from their mistakes and grow as a team and players. Because again, we're talking about them being in the same position as Trust Only Your Squad, where they can really start to come into a powerhouse if they put the time and effort in moving forward.
And I think the situation with Dallas Vendetta is really born off the fact that the level of competition in the Raven Conference is a lot closer. You have Team Mystic. We know how Team Mystic play. They're probably one of the best teams in T3. Hey, Chief, guess what position Dallas Vendetta are in? 6th. What position are Mystic in? 5th. Getting in front of Team Mystic is impossible as we currently sit, because Mystic has 2 more games to play moving forward in the regular season. Dallas Vendetta have 2, but Team Mystic already are sitting at a 2-2 position. So as long as they're able to win just 1 game, it's going to guarantee Dallas Vendetta are locked down, are stuck in 6th place with really no room to move forward, and that is such a desperate spot to be in. But you mentioned this is kind of a glorified scrim for Dallas Vendetta. What better to have your scrim observed and casted over?
I always thought it was bad luck to have your scrims casted, or at least it's bad juju, or it's taboo, at least, to say in any competitive FPS. And we have to also mention that Team Mystic did have to forfeit one of their games due to scheduling issues, and that's just unfortunate, but Team Mystic, they're going to have to be able to come back from that technical loss if they want to find themselves in posting. But enough about Team Mystic, the former aggro roster, because they're not even in this server. It's X13 versus Dallas Vendetta. Traditional bans all around. You expect a hard breach to go? Well, there's Habana. Thatcher just doesn't exist in Rainbow Six Siege, so of course he's banned, followed out by Information Operators, Valkyrie, and Miras. Now, it's interesting to see. Mira was allowed in play in our previous series, Prevail versus Synthetic. Mira actually received a lot of play. She wasn't quite as oppressive, but here on Oregon, Mira can be extremely oppressive. She will just deny any access. Let's say there's a Mira window over in Freezer, downstairs in the basement. You'll never be able to push Freezer unless you have some great hard breaching. Let's say you want to go in through the backstairs over by laundry. Well, if there's a Mira there in closet, you're no longer able to do so. If there's one in E-Box or J-Bunker, same storyline. You're not going to be able to push. Even if you put it on Solo Wall facing the North Tower, hey, there again, you won't be able to push in from that angle. So Mira, incredibly deadly in this map. You have to almost assume she's going to be banned pretty much every single time. And the same storyline for oppression could be upstairs in dorms. She cuts off so many lines of sight. Now, a clever defender can use that exact same mentality. You bring out deployable shields. Goyo has 2 of those explosive shields. If you're not playing it too closely, you would still look through the slits and be able to say, hey, there's attackers coming in this position. I can capitalize on that.
Well, coming into this one, you might be looking at the X13 roster and saying, one of these players does not look like the others. That is because of the fact that Gali is actually subbing in today. I think he's LFG currently, so maybe,
he's been playing for Emergence, too. He was playing for Emergence in their previous game where they ended up taking a 7-0 loss against Slaughterhouse Bravo.
Ooh, well, I'll have to cut Dolly a little bit of slack there. Maybe he was just ill-prepared for that game. But yeah, make of that what you will. X13 playing with the sub and maybe not having their best performance. It was previously Habibi, the 5th of X13, but I believe he has taken a step back from the roster, and so you've got to have somebody come step in. X13 in this first defensive, showing her playing quite some roam, holding out below and trying to burn Dallas Vendetta's time, though this won't have as much impact given the fact that Dallas Vendetta are not playing a big window take. This is more of a split push coming in at master side, as we usually will expect. Things really don't get too crazy on Oregon. We have a lot of the same attacks. Hashtag is going to drop a Claymore down. Did you see that right at the opening of the breach?
I mean, that seems brain dead, but it's actually quite smart, because how often do we see defenders say, you know what, I want some kills. They fly out.
I love to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's free kills because everybody wants to play aggressive. The thing is, in Siege, controlled aggression is going to be the greatest strength of any defending or attacking roster for that matter. And when you start to just YOLO kills, I mean, you can die to something particularly dumb. Now, Smack's death, I wouldn't describe as dumb. You just have to be prepared for Nitro Cells to be yeeted in that direction, because as soon as you hear that audio cue, there's always the defenders just pulling the pin of that Nitro Cell. And now your fast execute operator, the Lion, completely off the board with all of his utilities still intact.
Yeah, that is not great to lose out on the complete entirety of your EE1Ds, though in the meanwhile, we've seen the wall to attic pit be opened up, so that gives them a bit of a creative sight line. They'll have to contend with Craze if they want to push forward here. Reactive holding off at the big window and trying to be that coverage denial. Elsist is just waiting here at the bunk side. Dallas Vendetta are kind of stuck at the moment. They can't push forward too far. Snos has taken a tiny bit of chip damage, which becomes more and more so, but Craze will peek up from the aforementioned angle, and Snos to contribute for his second kill as the Mute. A double in the opener here, and now Akineo and Reactive left is the final two men. Maverick will make a reaction shot, but having a bit of a difficulty controlling that M4. He'll lose out on an opportunity to collect for J Slime, and now with the Surya Gate back in action and Reactive, really nothing he can do in this position. Snows will collect one more, leaving only our Iana to try and barrel through the window and fend off with multiple angles. X13 are going to open this up with a flawless round to start off this Oregon.
Unfortunately, the problems that Dallas Vendetta has had throughout this season is going to rear its ugly head in round one. Their inability to coordinate and attacking execute is hurting them. If we look at that round at face value, I don't have a problem doing the linear execute in through trophy. We've seen a lot of teams be actually quite successful with that style of play because it forces you not to clear out the entire map. You can actually hard breach the south side of games, not south side of games, south side of pit, which is an addict, and you stop all rotations of those defenders throughout attic. The problem is, if you go for that plan, you have to drone out attic. The reason being is there tends to be a defender always lurking the north side if they're not droned out. The moment that drone goes down range, they're either forced to go through the hatch, or some teams have actually opened up that wall entirely to give them that little extra flexibility. Something else Dallas Vendetta didn't do is they didn't open up big window when their attackers were in trophy. They did end up making a rotation to big window that was reactive on the Iana. The problem was that rotation came way too late, and that was after players were already nitrocelled. If somebody was by a big window, they can hold that cutoff, not necessarily guaranteeing that they're going to stop that nitrocell, but they're going to at least force X13 to think about making that play.
One thing we saw in the previous round that I kind of want to just highlight a little bit more here is the fact that a Selma was used to open up the wall heading into attic. I think it's really good that Dallas Vendetta did that, and it was, you know, it didn't just get shot from like the Bolo corner or deeper inside of the interchange between kids' dorms and sort of dorms proper. But it didn't really do enough. I felt like that didn't have any significant impact. I saw that strategy proposed in a recent Reaper EN video on YouTube, where he complimented, I think it was a EU Pro League team for doing that strategy. But it was Exit. Yeah, that's right. That was right. It was Exit. And he suggested that as an opening, and it was very helpful. But the problem for Dallas Vendetta there was they didn't open the back of attic by the big tower side. And so Jaeger kind of just hid, sort of similarly to what he's doing here, waiting at the back of the attic and eventually coming up to prove himself a nuisance. I think if Dallas Vendetta had actually opened attic, maybe brought a second hard breacher, stepping into this with a Maverick, things would have looked better. So far, a bit of a flurry down at the bottom of the white stairs as the Maverick will isolate one, but Craze is there for that big tower play, as I mentioned, being such a troublemaker, and Dallas Vendetta not having the resources or the setup prepared already to try to be able to shut that down. They did manage to shut down J Slime early, which is a great pick, but to trade means that it's not going to have as much value as you would need it to for Dallas Vendetta to play what is kind of an ignoring of this roam.
Well, full send for Reactive. He's already in the freezer, but he walks straight into a crossfire. It's just a wall of lead that impacted his body, and there's no refrag whatsoever. Smack is going to be hiding in a corner with his new and upgraded bolt-action sniper, not bolt-action, semi-automatic rifle. I mean, that weapon hits like a truck after now getting 10 additional bullets in the mag, now up to 20. I mean, if you haven't used this weapon, I highly recommend doing it, but the problem is, he's going to be using his 3x scope in such a passive manner, he won't be able to use that new upgraded round count to that magazine, as he's just gonna be sitting back and relaxing, praying that members of X13 start to take aggressive gunfights into him as hashtag opens up E-Box. So everybody from Dallas Vendetta are so spread out, they won't be able to play off each other at all.
I think opening up the hatch here is a little bit too late, and one thing you might think about as well, hashtag has got a claymore and not any other, throwable utility. Now that he's expended his Selma, the E-Box hatch can't do anything. You're going to have to kind of take the brunt of the damage if you want to rotate out into pillar or actually push into the storage side of the objective. Both are occupied, but SmackDown will get a nice freebie there onto Dolly. Now we'll see the damage dealt by the Surya Gate as Hashtag is not quite sure what he wants to do, adjusting and shifting his position constantly, and how a toxic canister is going to block that door, doubling down on the already existing Surya Gate that will make that unenviable. Hashtag with just about 75 HP. The only solace here is the fact that he's got the AK-12, quite a formidable weapon, but will not be able to dispatch the crossfire setup between the final two SAS operators there, and things do not look good for Dallas Vendetta. So far, their attacks have been almost fruitful.
There's no unifying strategy. That's the problem with Dallas Vendetta. They're not saying, hey, there's a roamer, let's deal with it. Or, hey, there's objective play, let's set up a plan to directly deal with that. And my philosophy looking at IGLing is I set myself up with a goal, and it's usually to plant the bomb. So you have to decide, what bomb site do I want to go for? And more importantly, which position, what default plant. So most teams are going for a plant over by the bookshelves or in the deep bomb site. All right, perfectly fine. How do you now do that? Well, there's a couple mentalities. You can go for a J bunker execute, where you open up one of the E-box's walls, and then you open up J. Now you have a crossfire looking into both the rotation, as well as in the closet and into freezer. All right, that's a step in the right direction. Now, you could open up E-box. That's going to be another position for you to lob flashbangs downrange, frag grenades, to soften up players over in pillar. That's perfectly fine, and you continue to work your way on through. The problem was Dallas never really showed a macro strategy. They never really droned out the maps. They never really checked nooks and crannies, and they lost roster counts. I mean, the full send push into freezer, there was no information from reactive. He is an Iona after all. He has a lion call, which he did end up making. The problem was there was no secondary information there. Lion is useless by himself. He has to be coupled with a drone. A drone confirms somebody in a corner, then you make the lion call. If you get red pings, well, you know the dude is running away. If you don't get red pings, he's still in the corner. And here is Dallas Vendetta. At least they've said, hey, I have a strategy. It's going to be rushing split door. That's a strat, man.
This is definitely something, but the shotgun looming around the corner. We'll think about that swing, but the lack of the clear is going to feed J Slime 2 picks as he'll wrap around, though. Dallas Vendetta have managed to make this one a close endeavor, as the Lion will now shut down Dolly. Just waiting through the rotate inside of kitchen side. Dallas Vendetta, for the first time, has got a significant man advantage, but look at this, he's on the drone! Oh, but the potato, he'll shut it down. Dallas Vendetta find their way onto the scoreboard with a brazen rush right through the big door. The gate got lacking there by the M4.
All right. I didn't see that one coming, Reese. I mean, once we saw Garage, it was pretty set in stone that was going to be a full sin. I mean, well, it worked. That's a plus.
That's a macro strategy. I mean, hey.
You're absolutely right. I was critical of them in the previous 2 rounds for not doing a complicated strategy where you break down minigames. Rushes are the exact opposite of that. Rushes
they
work.
Set you right, Chief.
Pardon?
They set you right.
Oh, absolutely.
They pulled off a strategy.
Absolutely. Aquino said, Chief, you want some big grandiose strategy where we break down the nuances around. Fat middle fingers to you. I'm just going to YOLO into the bomb site. And you know what, Dallas Vendetta? Excellent execute. You did exactly what you wanted to. You had a man count in the position. You fled out through split. You win gunfights. Now, to X13's credit, or I guess anti their credit, they missed a lot of shots. They missed a lot of opportunities. They didn't capitalize on information. I mean, the fact that there's lion pings in a corner and there's somebody just still chilling to the east of split and wasn't dealt with blows my mind. But hey, it worked for Dallas Vendetta, and that's a round win. 4-2 splits are still very normal on Oregon. So Dallas Vendetta is actually in a strong position. They've accomplished 50% of their goal, and honestly, I can't fault them for that.
Well, at this point in the season, kind of whatever it takes to get Dallas Vendetta closer to the win. We'll have a repeat of the strategy that X13 showed on the first round of play. It's their bottom 4 dorms roam with the Rooney being held. One thing I did notice is a bit of a difference in the strategy, or something we didn't have the opportunity to talk about previously, was the fact that there's a bulletproof camera tossed down at the Zig corner over by kind of the main lobby area. X13 are going to have a bit more difficulty in the round, I would suspect, because Dallas Vendetta are going for more of an active clear this time. And I like the fact that SmackDown is just kind of ready and prepped at the green window to lock off this rotation. This is something with some hair on its chest as far as the strategy goes for Dallas Vendetta. They've isolated a plan, and there's an objective set in mind, something to try and achieve. Let's just see if they're going to be able to execute it, or if X13's preparation will be enough to take this one off the rails.
I don't know how I feel about this, Reese. We've seen this strategy before with this rotation into security from Freezer. It will work out well. The thing is, once you retreat back, you're going to get cut off, usually, if the team has set themselves up. Now, I'm always in favor of these grandiose rooms on the first floor, particularly when Aquino is locking in that buck. You absorb time, and you're going to force Dallas Vendetta to no longer participate in that vertical clear unless they actually want to clear out this floor. Frag grenades are being used, utility is being consumed by X13, and Jay Slime is going to now rotate down the stairwell unpunished. Snows goes for the swing, but he instead will now be punished. Unbridled aggression by Snows, and now, well, X13 is going to fight the remainder of this round on the back foot.
Yeah, that was a bit of an unnecessary peek for Snows to take, and now you're going to lose out on your big window hold from the defense here. It's going to have to force Dally to rotate and play a little bit closer. Actually, that was his highlight through the floor. Still, this has kind of been focused on the bottom hold. Dally will manage to isolate one fight. It's Kenio, I think, trying to come in from the bunk side and make his rotate through. Now Jay Slide picking off a second. This round just seems to get worse and worse for Dallas Vendetta, as they have not been able to shut off and shut down. The two Chief Roamers still persisting below. SmackDown will make his way through the rotation, finding one, but now occupied by the vertical game. Is he going to open himself up to Jay Slime? No. The Aruni will rotate downwards. His hashtag finds Elsis. Not sure where the smoke player was. It looks like he's just there inside of the door space. Shut down, giving Dallas Vendetta the first significant advantage that they've seen so far in this game in a round where a coordinated execute is actually present.
Full send up the white stairs. There's not a lot of coverage for Dallas Vendetta, and Jay Slime is now underneath. If they've done their homework, there should be plenty of pre-made murder holes all through that floor, and an enterprising defender can start to capitalize on it. And there goes hashtag, putting the diffuser down. X13 is going to have to start to take gunfights. Jay Slime didn't have the holes from underneath, and he's going to have to now retake his bomb site outright. Up the white stairs he goes, and Smack is going to lose his life. All those lion calls have now been foregone. What perfect positioning by Dallas Vendetta in the post blind. They have the elevated angle, and Jay Slime won't be able to go for this defuse at all. There goes a clone, confirming that X13's remaining member is still in this position. Frag grenades go down range, but cut out by the ADS. Jay Slime still in an impossible scenario, taking bullets from so many different fronts. And there's hashtag winning the round. And a perfect execute, actually, in the dying seconds around for Dallas Vendetta.
Yeah, that's the first time they've actually managed to get the case down on the ground, which is a fairly significant change. They're going to achieve that 2-round margin we often speak of in terms of the Oregon attack, and I have to feel that round might have looked a little bit differently if we hadn't seen Snows with the Goyo try to creep down the white staircase. Maybe if he had held off and continued to play behind the bunks there, just opposite the big window, there might not have been an opportunity for Dallas Vendetta to get the plant off and then retreat out to the safety. Nearly 100% of the time, a plant at the big window with a player up on the rooftop of the small tower is a guaranteed win, unless you bungle things up fairly badly there. And so, as expected, Dallas Vendetta are going to close it out, put themselves back at equal. X13 maybe underestimating their opponents a little bit here.
While this wasn't an option last round, we've actually seen teams like reinforce the east wall of dorms and leave the west one open. So you see where Smoke was just shooting that wall. You reinforce that one and leave the other one open. And what you can do is you actually long arm it. So you have this crazy long defuse, and it's caught people out before. It's incredible to watch. I think it's on like Jaeger himself. I mean, so there are ways of doing it, but sadly, it wasn't set up for that style of play. But you know, things happen in life. Now, we see more footholds being made. This is to stop the plant. However, we've learned our lesson, at least X13 hopefully has, and they need to make more holes over by, well, the south side of the map, over by the metal pillars as well as at bunks. This way, if there is a plant that goes down, you can challenge it. Also, if you have players exiting and security, which was the macro strategy for X13, you can have them look sky high. So if Dallas Vendetta ends up going for a big window vault in, they're going to either have to look directly on the ground and challenge the player that's in security, or they're going to have to look gun up at head level if there's a member of X13 going for the swing. That can be a very difficult push to have when you're an attacker because you don't know which power position to be occupied, and sometimes it's both.
Well, the Maverick here makes me think this might be more of a split take from Dallas Vendetta, but Reactive is going to get another crazy entry pick as he'll get Craze tried to play. He just shot him through the door? I mean, what? How does that even happen? Craze just kind of gave up the ghost there inside Armory, and that's not going to make this one any easier. X13, I feel, have to play this a little bit more conservative. Dallas Vendetta don't do well when they have to operate on short time. I mean, the previous round apart, if Dallas Vendetta have to face X13 at full strength, I think things would probably look a little bit differently when the round starts to wind down. Dally is going to think about another opportunity for a flank at the lobby side, but Dallas Vendetta are well prepared for it, and look at this. Now they've actually contributed at the attic side and have opened up the north wall. This is going to make life a lot easier. Eventually, now that Hashtag has got the opportunity to open up the wall, and no one from X13 is really in a great spot. An impact will be sent over, and it looks like it does just manage to get that open. Now that the Surya Gate has been reactivated, though, you're not going to be able to toss a second impact through with much ease. It's going to be more of a difficult throw, and another Selma will go. I think that should mean the wall is open. In fact, it will, and only one section of that Selma is really needed. Attic will now have to be evacuated by X13. There is no business to be holding in here now that the wall has been successfully opened. This is going to make things really easy. Dallas Vendetta could easily win this round, I feel, just so long as they don't throw away with the opportunity that they have. Attic control, the main breach open, I think, or it should be open eventually, given that Aquino still has quite a few gas canisters for that Surrey torch waiting.
The problem with this style of play is it does separate the offense a large margin. Part of that South Games wall was opened up, but really not a lot of it. You won't have that as an insertion point, and you can see Snows are going to start to capitalize it. Hashtag's going for a plant in the middle of a Lucy Wubblub, and there's Snows. Perfect positioning by him. And now the diffuser's lost out. Hashtag has also lost his life in that process, and now Dallas is going to have to start to scramble. You can rotate your remaining Heart Breacher on over, or you can rotate a gun to deal with Snows. He's getting thrown in that corner, and now he won't be felled from that position. Dallas is starting to swing on in. They're going to start to lose their gunfights one by one. It's now on reactive over by South Pent, taking gunfights through rotations. A brilliant flick for him. J-Slime is now down, attempting another one into Snows, but it's not going to work out. X13, they had some formidable opponents coming against them with a great mechanical flicks, but eventually silenced outright.
Well, that round came a lot closer. I mean, what a shot by Reactive, just moving through the rotate. I have to point out the fact that Dallas Vendetta, I think, with an open breach, probably win that round. And not one open bit of the breach. An actual, legitimate, fully open breach. The Maverick died on the round with gas left in the tank. And that's really, I mean, you can't let that happen. I think Snows probably single-handedly won that round just off the back that he denied the plant. Now you got the case close at the monster door. You've got Snows, or rather, you've got the smoke still holding off at white rotate. I mean, there's just no way. You don't have anybody on the big window. So where's your cutoff there? It's kind of just a fool's game at that point. I think Dallas Vendetta probably just got ahead of themselves. They got attic open. They got the actual wall from Trophy Connector. And then they were like, okay, this is all we need. But no, you didn't know the Wamai was there, either because your heart breaching was insufficient or your droning was insufficient. Pick and choose. Which one is worse?
I would say both at the same time. Again, when you're an attacker, there's so much on your plate. When you're an IGL, your plate is full. It's like a Thanksgiving feast made for your entire family that you have to eat all yourself. And we all know after Thanksgiving, everybody turns into this big circular, thing of digesting turkey. Well, that's what an IGL's life is the entire time. You have to coordinate everything. That means droning and hard breaching. And that's why we see a lot of teams go for like secondary IGLs or somebody who's able to coordinate a multiple push, right? If an IGL is focused on one minigame, we'll just say the North Attic, for example. All right, perfect. Well, there has to be somebody else on the south side of the map saying, hey, I need to go for a hard breach of South Games. I need droning, I need ADS burns, I need these things. Now, why a primary IGL can do that, it also comes down to, well, dry running an attack, knowing the exact motions, because let's be honest, in an operator reveal phase, you know the majority of the obstacles you're going to run into. Very rarely do you get caught off with a strategy that nobody knows what the heck is going on. Honestly, the last strategy where we saw something be so oppressive, that was probably the SSG roam. And that was before Canadian was on SSG, when he was the one forced IGL against that strat. And he didn't know what to do. And he said that was the only time in his IGLing career was when he said, boys, I don't know what to do. And again, when you're an IGL, you always have to have some type of formulaic strategy. And with X13 there, it wasn't anything particularly new. You have to rely on your past experiences as success.
Yeah, that's a lot of what comes down to a successful IGL, and I think what makes Poison such a great IGL is that he's been around for a long time. I remember my first big breakthrough in casting, beginning at EPS. Poison played on Phantom Troop there, and he was really kind of a force that worked behind against a lot of good teams and allowed him to build up that experience. Another thing that can help out here for Dallas Vendetta is having all your players be vocal. I think that adds to the thing that you mentioned, kind of knowing what needs to happen, what obstacles are in your way, what utility needs to be where, what needs to be drone. So far, we've seen that a little bit from Dallas Vendetta. They've been pretty thorough on the top floor clear, but their timing could use a little bit of work. Getting a significant entry pick like shutting down Craze, I think, is helping them to their advantage so far. We've seen pretty consistently X13 has somebody peek early, whether it's Snows or Craze or J-Slime. They'll get caught out in an early fight, and that leaves X13 to kind of make a reaction off the back of it and fall back to hold a little bit more passive. Things would look probably a bit different in the round composition if they had just played passive from the get-go, rather than hopelessly challenging DV. Things are getting quite low, though, and the time is soon to come to an end for the first half and for round number 6. Dallas Vendetta rearing up for their execute and putting the hard breach to use, as Akenia will open up a large section of elbow, and the rest of Dallas Vendetta just waiting over by the E-box side. It's going to have to be a plant up close and personal, but Elsa's, he's using his final toxic canister. However, I think it missed. His hashtag is now forced away, and Akenio and Reactive both come alive, leaving only J-Slime alone in the world to try to come through the clutch, and his rotate proving a little bit too difficult to move through, nearly lining up for the head, but all he'll get is next shots. Dallas Vendetta is going to pull away from the end of the first half and strike even at 3-3, surprising enough to say.
I've been very critical of Dallas Vendetta throughout this game, and I have to say, everything comes together for them in round 6. They did so many things well, and X13, they put themselves on probably one of the worst positions on that basement bomb site, where they put all their troops downstairs in basement and say, good luck holding it. They had no throwable utility other than one Toxic Babe in the last 30 seconds. They expended all of their impact grenades, which can be very difficult to use as plant denial, but not impossible. And their bulletproof gadgets, well, they were already destroyed. So at this point, you need to find a new way of wasting time. And that comes down to just springing out of your hidey holes and winning gunfights. Dallas Vendetta were prepared for that, and it was through their hard breaching, the Maverick torches of J Bunker, and just their positioning all to the north side of the basement. They're able to capitalize on that spring and that call into action for X13. A perfect round for Dallas Vendetta, and they're actually in probably the best position to be in as you move into, well, now Dallas Vendetta's defensive stint, as they're going to start off in the basement.
Well, right now, it looks like DV are kind of looking to play spoiler to X13's playoff run. This loss for X13 would mean kind of a toss-up. So for the playoffs, are really close. I mentioned this earlier. The Raven Conference, 5 out of 6 teams have to win. So either X13 get a win here and move up to 3-1, which I think puts them pretty much guaranteed in the postseason, or they would lose and go 2-2, which drops them down into a 3-way tie between themselves, Trust Only Your Squad, and Team Mystic. that would be pretty much a disaster so far, because Team Mystic are one of those teams in the late parts of the season. They're not going to lose out on their opportunity to play for a postseason run. And additionally, Mystic are going to face off against Dallas Vendetta in their week number 5 game, which I can pretty easily call probably going to be a Mystic victory. And if it's not, it'll be born of the fact that Mystic did not play and did not live up to the expectations or underestimated their opponents here, which so far kind of seems like what's happened for X13. Some of their players are more quiet than others, and the game has been kind of dragged on a little bit more than we would have expected, and that's not to the benefit of X13. They're kind of being a little bit frustrated so far. The playoff game, that's not something you want to risk. You want to get a win here. This is supposed to be kind of almost a bye week for X13 because of the game that we have laid out ahead of us.
You know, Reese, we haven't really addressed the elephant in the room, and that's the Lord Tachanka that was just selected. Now, you could hear a little bit of laugh in my voice. That's because Tachanka is considered a meme operator. Sure, he lost his turret, and now he has Shamika launchers instead, and they send nice fireballs down range, but they haven't really received a lot of love. And it's baffling to me. I mean, look at one of the strengths of Dallas Vendetta's attack in our previous round 6. They were able to push and plant without any way of stopping them. Well, now with Aquino on that Lord Tachanka, you have smoke grenades as well as those fireballs. You start to send them down range, you fire off E-Box, you fire off the default plant, and now you can really start to eat up a lot of the attacker time. Unfortunately, though, one of your linchpin operators decided to swing the B-bomb chassis and got fried in that process. Now 30 seconds of time denial has been completely removed.
Oh, Smack is just a little bit too focused on the north side of this push as the wall will open up at E-Box, or rather at Elbow, and that exposes him. The eager guns of X13 now up 5-3, trying to challenge forward. The Tachanka and his Shumika launcher will appear, but not enough so to deny Snows' plant. More and more Shumika sent, but Snows might be able to get the plant off in the cutoff position from J Slime. It works so beautifully, leaving Reactive alone against the full might of X13's attack. That'll be a flawless round as X13 will try to correct the story of Oregon so far, starting off their attack and moving themselves ahead to a hair's length advantage.
Reese, pardon me, but I need to go on a quick tangent. I hate the new holographic site. That new age futuristic site just makes me want to jet my eyes out. But moving forward, I have to say, X13's attack was perfect, and Dallas Vendetta, they fall in the same pitfall of X13 in round 6. If you're in IGL, like Aquino, you say, hey, we just won this round because X13 buried themselves in a bomb site. Let's make sure we don't do that going into round 7, our first round of defense. Unfortunately, Dallas Vendetta puts their entire troops in the basement, and they, again, fall into that path of X13. I mean, X13's able to put all their crossfires, their 368 crossfires, and their boa constrictor strategy, and start to remove the life away from Dallas Vendetta. I mean, it's impossible to hold that bomb site when the attackers have fully set up on you. Now, Dallas Vendetta, to their credit, they designed themselves a strategy to waste time. Their whole goal was to use Smoke and the Lord Tachanka to delay time. The problem was, Smoke was playing in an incredibly common spot. If he lost that gunfight to the Maverick opening up the wall with his cross cover, all right, you need to step back because that's one of the most default positions to have an attacker play. If he swung E-Box and lost that gunfight, even worse because, again, one of the most default positions to be playing. You have to be unpredictable when the attackers know that you're all in a very small square area. And unfortunately, Dallas Vendetta never played in it. Also, the Tachanka firebolts, they didn't really hit their target. Maybe there needs to be some new learning for Dallas Vendetta to say, I need to bounce off my fireballs in a particular position, deny that plan.
Or maybe don't play the Tachanka and bring just the Nitro Cell instead. Probably would have been more successful, given that nobody was really watching it, and the opening they had at Elbow was just a prone hole. It wasn't really anything that would have been able to deny the plant. Probably could have meant a round that was not a flawless result for X13, and given Stevie more of a fighting chance, this looks like something taken out of the X13 defensive playbook with an extension holding below. I have to wonder how successful it'll be for Dallas Vendetta, or if X13 are going to acknowledge it whatsoever. Both of those could be not, and Praise is just going to fire away. Aquinio really had no business trying to peek away from his shield at the kid's doorway, and Dolly will now get one as well, as Dallas Vendetta are slowly being whittled away. X13 aren't even dealing with the roam below. A hashtag could play for a nitro denial. I think that's about as successful as you're going to get at this point in time, and now Craze will spot just the sliver of, I believe, the Malusi, or rather maybe it's Smoke hiding inside monsters? One of the defenders. Somebody's hiding in there. J Slime will go ahead and let us know that it is indeed the Smoke. Minute and 20, this round getting a bit low. The time could be better, but the gas canisters are going to try to stall the progress as good as they might do. Smoke canister is going to obscure the primary sight line, allowing Snows now to challenge forward. The coverage surely will be here, but he will get denied after the fact. Object with the shotgun around the corner. He'll be traded out immediately, but now that means that the case is going to have to be recovered as the time gets lower and lower, and hashtag will prompt his way up from the white staircase to deny the plant for a second time. X13 having no luck in getting the case down, but reactive. Only a sliver of health to try to make this play. J Slime just waiting for his opportunity. Will be pestered with bullets, and now the diffuser. He'll catch reactive off guard, trying to go for the case. As hashtag, he's out of options. No remaining nitro cell, and X13 have the case on the floor.
Well, Dallas Vendetta, hashtag is going to have to go against 3. He's downstairs making a rotation in through Zulu. And every time he goes back and forth in Zulu, that is time being just wasted outright. He's making a lot of noise going up these white stairs. Craze is there to say hello, as well as a frag grenade. X13 takes another round. Dallas Vendetta actually did a solid job of denying that plant, but I do have to be critical of them. They didn't coordinate who is denying what. We saw Objective swinging close quarters with a shotgun, and now Stickula, refresh my memory, you called that Swamp Monster or something like that? What did you call
Monster
that place?
Door.
Oh, Monster Door. I thought you called it Swamp Monster. I was about to lose it.
No,
that's what you call it.
I think that's where it comes from, but I'm not
maybe.
totally certain.
I mean, maybe you just made up a call out outright. I've always called it Pit because it's that fast to call out. Anyways, you have to coordinate that util, right? You have a shotgun swinging, perfect. Why was there also a nitro cell there? Again, I get redundancy, and I like to have contingencies, but you wasted a nitro cell. That becomes critical when you deny the plant the second time. A great swing from White. You kill out the planter again. Now X13 is going to have to start to sweat because their 5v3 has just turned into a 4v3. Now, if you have that nitro cell, you can start to really punish the attackers. If you hear the diffuser going again, boom, your nitro cell goes down range, you killed a third planter, and now you're at even man count. Or if you don't use that nitro cell, and you have to rotate down Zulu and run around like a lunatic, at least you have an explosive device to try to take the gunfights to the attackers instead of just running back and forth. Again, opportunity cost of utility. We usually talk about it as the means of your operator selection and what utility you have actually in the fight. But using that utility, too, is something that's just as crucial.
Things are looking grim. X13, maybe not the best performance on the defense, but their attacks have just been kind of a battering for DV so far. Very little they can do to put a stop to the X13 machine. Look at this, the Jaeger, he's going to try to contest it, but J Slime has got the G36 and all the firepower behind it. Free-fire away, lockdown reactive. Zofia is going to challenge for him, and now reactive is kind of got to fall back to play from Harry Potter. As the pressure is here, and it's immediate for X13 as they waste no time. Graze is going to challenge through, set up a couple of air jabs as well to lock away the roam that exists by DV. Lamai is looking around the corner. Could he get too eager? Surely Craze has the intel, but we won't see hashtag test his luck with the main lobby push as he'll rotate back to support his teammates. An apt decision to make at this time. You cannot afford to give DV a shutdown on the roam because that's just going to be added pressure that your team has to juggle when it comes down to the on-site pressure.
The thing is, Dallas Vendetta, they're not expanding up the stairwells. They really haven't sniped a lot of that drone. There's still 70% of that drone economy left for X13. You're about to hit the 100-second mark, and having 70% of that information plus an eye on it, I mean, that starts to become quite oppressive when you're a defender, because that's going to be a stream of information that X13 can rely on and go for their pick, right? You have SmackDown playing over in J Bunker, and then it's going to be your Goyo. Well, your first round of information goes down in. You can say, hey, it's a double held position, and we can start to coordinate. You also know that's 3 flashbangs. Let's couple with a Nitrocell, and there goes J Slime. A Fragger made, and a Gon 6 has now been completely lost. SmackDown's forced to leave, but stopped in the fire. Craze is going to continue to burn to death, and now he's going to lose his life. Everybody wants to stand in flames, and now 4 players have burned down.
Well, that's rough for X13. I gotta give it to Craze. He was just there through the fire and flames to challenge for it. Elsys will get a Kenio who had tried to retake through elbow and come back behind the lines of the X13 offense. It's not gonna work out. Now an X13, so Thermic is detonated, and they've got an entry route to try to push forward here. But the big question is, what intel is alive at the 30-second mark? The drones are quite low. Only 3 in action that they could theoretically use. Hashtag is going to try to peek. So it's going to be a very important, pivotal challenge for Elsys as he works his way through. And X13, think about the future of this execute. Think about what they might be able to accomplish on their own. The arm is spotted. The reaction a little bit delayed by Elsys, but locking away the Wamai inside freezer is all you need here. He'll challenge through, but Snows might just barely be able to get the plant off. Dowley, he goes for the challenge, leaving X13 alone to fight the Wamai. Waiting at pillar, the arm is spotted and the shots connect for Snows as the round comes apparent. Object is there for the swing inside of E-Box. Could the head be spotted? Snows is having difficulty securing the shot, but he'll run away. Oh, but so much of that buckshot right into the side as Snows is gonna play safe. All he needs to do here, Object, has got to think, will it be the plant that gets him through? He could theoretically long arm it here, and Snows is playing passive. There's no time for the Thermite to do this. He must go for the challenge. But Object, oh, he's just all hidden away. Dallas Vendetta are gonna do it, and the smoke for the clutch.
What a play! I mean, brilliant to think, hey, I just saw him rotate over to Freezer. I'm going to play it or diffuse in a position that he won't be able to see me. Incredible game sense. And honestly, that final tango at the end, it's hard to really fault Thermite in that scenario simply because, I mean, Snows was in a bad position. I mean, he had to play it passively. He's going to lose the majority of those gunfights close quarters with a shotgun, so he expands his distance and now forces that SMG-11 to take those gunfights. But at the end of the day, back and forth, X13 going into that execution phase, they had the informational advantage, they had the positional advantage, and Dallas Vendetta just won gunfight after gunfight. They're able to refrag, swinging on swings, and you know, we talk about when you have all these defenders down in one position, it becomes like shooting fish in a barrel. Sometimes those fish will have plenty of spines on them and be able to fly out of the water and just slap you on down. X13 learned that lesson the hard way, and now they're going to have to, once again, try a successful attack over on Storms, replicating that success, I should say, from round number 8.
Well, that's got to be a frustrating for Snows. He had the plant down, and he was just getting chased here and there all throughout the bottom floor, but choosing to hide behind the locker inside freezer, there was no drone and no call made. Snows tried to run for the plant, but by then, boy, it was too late for the Thermite player. And can we talk for a moment about Snows, who is playing the Fragmite to the best ability? 11-4 currently. Not even the Zofia Abdali, the sub in this game, is able to reach that level. J Slime is fairly close. Over on DV, it has been pretty much a fair kind of mixed game so far. Nobody is out-fragging by a huge margin, which is, I think, what you'd like to see for a team that's building up their performance. It's really difficult to build your team when you've got like 2 fraggers who are just killing everybody, and then you don't have any other structure when those 2 fraggers perform worse.
Well, the first eruption of a Goyo shield, and that utility is now being lost. Hashtag, though, that shield for him will waste 5 seconds and slow down the insertion of X13 in through trophy. So not all hope is lost. Remember, Reactive, his ability just to swing in when he was on attack and take gunfights to members of X13 when they're over on the armory side, well, it could work out well. An interesting air jab that detonates. It might have been designed to deny that quick throw of the Cade Claw. However, X13 never really capitalized on it, and Hashtag is still lurking below. He could have sent a Nitrocell, but it seems like he's been spotted out, and he has to now hightail it away, using that hallway of the bathroom, or not bathroom, the basement, as that escape route, and he's going to call in for some additional reinforcements. Reactive takes up a post over in Split.
So far, things look fairly good for X13. This is kind of the typical point we sit at with 1 minute and 30 left in the round. The breach has been opened, so you're going to move for the drones. DV have got kind of a sneak play thinking about here. I'm not sure why Hashtag was so eager to immediately detonate the Vulcan, but we'll move past that. Curious about where this round will go. There we are. Reactive just gets gunned down. The Jaeger tried to flank through the bottom of the freezer, and Cray saw that one a mile away. Cutting down the Jaeger. Netting X13 the man advantage. You can see things are about to boil over. The post plant and the execute onto the actual site itself are waiting in the wings. The Snows will charge forward, but a red frag indicator sends him too far. Where is Snows going? He just completely runs the wrong way, and Jay Slime or Elsis, whoever is to blame for that frag grenade, has a lot on their shoulders. Now Hashtag for the roam and the flank below. Jay Slime will be denied before he can get the case down, and it looks like Dallas Vendetta might have found the perfect rhythm to keep themselves in the fight here. Dahlia and Elsis, the only two remaining. The Maverick is going to recover the plant, but he makes the decision to rotate instead, looks for the peak, and will find object. Now prone inside of the attic space, looking for Smackdown, who's still just waiting, perfectly playing this situation. Dahlia is hunting for the frag, waits for the peak. Elsis, however, taken out, and Hashtag with the perfect coverage for his teammate. Dallas Vendetta are giving us a game as we sit 5-5.
I know we were memeing on that frag grenade, but even if Snows got to his planting position, he would have lost his life to that nitro. We saw it come through when the secondary planner started to initiate that. And we also have to keep in mind there was pressure from underneath. It was Goyo who was still roaming. He came in from the white stairs, and that means he could have just simply gone over to Zulu, looked up in the pre-made murder holes over by the foosball table, and still been able to kill that lone attacker. X13, they did so many things well in this round. Their ability to take map control, their ability to open up the wall and start to remove utility. The thing is, once they started to go for that execute, they weren't in a position to actually cover that planter, especially from long-range utility. They needed to be a lot more active in that round. Put somebody over on that big window. You can also, in theory, make somebody repel on the north window over on dorms. Now you have a completely different cutoff, and it's actually going to really inhibit anybody from sending explosive utility downrange. Again, X13, they almost got tunnel vision in that execute. They said, hey, no, just go for a plant. It's a free opening, but they had so much more time on the clock. Sometimes it's best to breathe and say, I can rotate another attacker over to have a better position so Snows can be a little bit more safe.
10 seconds to go.
Well, things are just getting scarier and scarier for X13 as their attacks, one mistake in that basement attack, and Snows playing it too passive, has led themselves down a deep road. At the start of the day, we were speaking for the call about what these two matches would look like. The earlier one we had in the Rogue Conference, and now here between X13 and DV. And I would have figured the first one would be the game going the distance into overtime. In this one, a little bit faster. But Dallas Vendetta have defied every expectation and are playing at a different level so far. Much different than the Cafe team I saw play against Trust Only Your Squad. DV have got a much greater semblance of team play. That's really been shown here in the defenses and the way that they orient themselves. Some of the flanks have been spectacular, and the way that they cover each other, there's clearly a heightened level of communication, and X13 maybe having that substitute has just put them out of their element.
I mean, we also said Dallas Vendetta found themselves in a fork in the road. They either start to change their ways and evolve into a fragmite team like Trust Only Your Squad, or they're going to find themselves just auto-relegated. And it seems like Dallas Vendetta really wants to stay in UPL as long as possible. They don't want to give things up, and I admire that from a roster. Always trying their best, always trying to succeed. And so far, this might be their first point. They're so close to being able to secure that. We are only 2 rounds away from confirming either a victor in regular play or an overtime win for one of these two teams. It's going to come on to X13, and particularly how quickly they can remove this vertical pressure. Jay Slime on a narrow miss allows Reactive to return back downstairs to his bomb site. He does have to be careful here that he doesn't take vertical pressure, and Smackdown's also going to try on that exact same avenue.
Well, we'll see who's more successful. It's Jay Slime who will prevail, but X13 do not have control of the top floor for free. DV are constantly reminding them that they will contest this floor, and hold them off from making progress towards their setup for as long as will be necessary. But now that X13 have the meeting wall open, the bells are chiming on this push. And X13 are only seconds away. The vertical play will be imperative. You must shut down security, otherwise Aquinio is going to deny the plant for free, and he can start to feel that pressure as he will react by flexing away from the position, but he'll peek out towards the white stairs and catch J-Slime unaware. Now hashtag will get crazed as well as the Malusi just waits, hiding inside classroom. X13 have suffered greatly at this point. This could be DV moving up to match point if they don't rectify the errors immediately. Snows is thinking about maybe a plant, but he's unsure of what will come if he tries it. Dolly just holding off the security door, but those metal bars can be so difficult to fight against. Snows, he's gonna go for it. Try to get the case down, but hashtag lingers away. SmackDown will move forward to try to contest the hatch, but there is no denial. Now X13 have got all the leverage that a post plan on Oregon means. As Dolly will pick away Aquinio, and X13 are holding off. Elsys will find hashtag as they make this round look easy for X13. The Maestro finally will come alive, though immediately downed out and traded, leaving only SmackDown to try to come in from up above. The Zofia busy watching the hatch, but she'll adjust at just the right time to shut down SmackDown, and X13 finally break the momentum of Dallas Vendetta in this regular season game as they advance to 6-5, meaning match point for X13.
Oh boy, that's exactly where X13 wants to be in. They knew that they wanted to close out the season earlier rather than later. They have no other option other than closing it out here into round 12. It's going to be a basement defense. X13 was primed and ready to win this the last time they executed downstairs in the basement. But Snows on that post plant was unable to defend his nest egg. And now, what is X13 going to do? And more crucially, what is Dallas Vendetta going to do? Dallas needs to find a way of absorbing time, and it's going to be crucially on how they remove the drone informations from X13. Again, going into that execute, that final time that we saw basement, back all the way in round 9, we saw X13 have 70% of their drone economy at the 90-second mark. That becomes quite oppressive, and that was the avenue that X13 was able to use and propel themselves into that post plan. Now Dallas Vendetta, they don't have to play aggressively on the stairwells, but they have to post players up just to remove that drone information. You have to start to systematically destroy all those drones, so that way when X13 ends up going for their execute, they're going to have no information, and you can really start to abuse that as a defender when you're yeeting all 3 of your toxic babes and your 3 sets of nitros.
Well then, let's see where this one is going, Chief. It looks as though we might have an overtime game on our hands, but X13 smell blood in the water, and they're ready to close this one out. Basement has come close in each and every round, though, now that I say that, it has come really close, and it has also been another blowout. When we saw this the first round of the second half, X13 won it flawlessly. But then when they came to it again, it came to a one-on-one in which the final defender just sat in E-box and defused it, and Snows, when he was trapped in that position, was too passive. I don't know if you can totally blame him. You're a Thermite with the 5.56 against the SMG-11, which is pretty much the perfect clutch gun. And Snows just kind of got the short stick in that situation. But X13 are not going to make that same mistake twice, I'm sure. But, well, I feel like Dallas Vendetta have this huge energy surrounding them. X13, this game means a lot for them, and DV have nothing to lose. They are going to pretty much be eliminated from the regular season no matter how many wins they get moving forward in the season. And they face against X13, which is quite a capable team, and Team Mystic after that in week number 5, which is probably one of the best teams in the league, though their current standing might not totally represent that. So you have to think DV are going to play however they want to feel. They're not going to feel pressured, really. I think that's kind of given them an extra leg up. They can play their game and see how that goes, but hashtag's game of a bullet hole in the main lobby, or rather punch hole, is going to mean that he'll be taken out by Craze.
For Dallas Vendetta, though, they could pull a life of Brian and just always look on the bright side because, well, they might not be qualifying. At least you can get some consolation points. And Craze is swinging into the bomb site. He swings and wins the gunfight against Aquinio. And now Dallas Vendetta, they're going to find themselves the man disadvantage. SmackDown's going to start to crumble, and Reactive and Objective, they're all the ones that are left. He's stuck over here in Fraser, and Objective isn't in better position at all on the south side of the bomb site, taking these gunfights and just tapping away with the 416. The new recoil nerf is really hurting that ranged weapon, and now it comes down to the plan. Snow's a little bit hesitant, and the second round of Toxic Babe goes down to answer. Snows is not going to have that Toxic Babe clip him at all, and it's going to be a free post plant for him. Now Reactive able to take that kill, creating it into 2, but still X13 has better positioning all around and the HP advantage as well.
Trying to hold this one back, another toxic canister is sent. The 2-on-2 in Dallas Vendetta's hope rest entirely on the performance in this round, but it'll be a complete shutout for X13. A 4v2 comes oh so close to an attempted clutch by Dallas Vendetta, but they will send all the DV fans home and themselves forward into the risky maze that is the playoffs here in Upsurge spring season. What a game, completely defying our expectations and having to need all 12 rounds of regulation. But unfortunately, DV are going to lose at the final step.
I have to say, Dallas and Veta really impressed me today. I mean, we were writing this game off as being just a stomp. And Dallas Vendetta said, you know what, casters? Screw you. You're wrong. We're going to go the distance. This is the best I've seen Dallas Vendetta play since the qualifiers. I mean, they looked good. They looked strong. And, you know, maybe after juggling some rosters, well, they found themselves in the exact same path that they wanted to be in. And X13, well, they're also in that position where they're juggling players around. They're trying to find who is going to be that, well, perfect fifth.
Yeah, I'm really excited to look forward not only to see how Dallas Vendetta play next week, but also in the various other competitions that they participate in throughout the amateur Rainbow Six Siege ecosystem. Today was an important moment for them, I think, as a team. Things were difficult at the first half, but then they kind of assumed this entire different energy, and they dealt X13 a 3-3 attacking performance. That is something to shake a stick at. Usually Oregon at the more amateur level tends to favor the defense, but X13 had things on lock when it came down to the final 3 or 4 rounds or so. And then transitioning into the second half, I mean, they had this huge clutch energy. I imagine when there was the clutch by the smoke there to deny the plant in E-Box, that probably just invigorated them with a whole lot of energy to go from getting completely demolished in a flawless round to winning it because your opponents were too passive, because they underestimated you, and because they did not expect you to go for such a play, to have the cojones to try to go for a plant and deny it in that way. But with that being said, that is all from us, myself and Chief tonight, our Observer CDC, and our producer Hyper. We have some more games coming up here for Upsurge, not only tomorrow for Wednesday in Rainbow Six, but also moving next to the Upsurge UCL. We've got some League of Legends, so if you're interested in that scene, make sure to stick around. We've got Mad City Wildcard and UNT Esports going to be casted by Audio and Nightstar, so make sure you stick around if you want to catch some Upsurge League of Legends. But that's all from me and Chief tonight. Farewell.
Sleepless nights trying to learn how to die in my sleep.
Welcome back, esports fans. It's Audio and Nightstar here with another week of the UCL. And hey, we made it all the way to playoffs. Nightstar, we're finally here. It's the round of 16 here in the Upsurge Contenders League. And tonight, to kick it all off, we're going to be seeing UNT take on Mad City Wildcard. Not to be confused with Mad City Premier, who we've seen a lot on stream this season. But this being their sister team from the Mountain Division.
Yeah, this is the sister team, and they didn't quite have, I would say, the same success as the Premier team, but still doing well enough to make it into playoffs is still an accomplishment. And coming in from the Mountain Division 3-2, their series have been a little bit messy, but all eyes really on this bottom lane for this squad. And on the flip side, it should be a very exciting bottom lane because UNT also like to give some focus into that bot side as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be a really fun match to watch tonight because we haven't gotten to see really much of either of these squads. Like I mentioned, we've seen a lot of Mad City Premier, the sister squad there from the Ocean Division, who actually came out in first place on top of Blacklist. That was a really fun match, but not really anything of Wildcard. And like you mentioned, this is definitely a bot lane focused team, and I'll be super excited to see how that plays out. But them coming out of the Mountain Division, who was topped by 8-Bit Esports, went 5-0 in their group. So obviously we don't even really know much of the strength of the group. So this is going to be a great match to watch. I want to keep my eye on the junglers. I know a lot of people have been just seeing lots of Rumble, Morgana, the Diana. It's just a farm fest in the jungle right now. I did look in the match history, and Mad City Wildcard have some Morgana in their recent games. So at least that's a good sign to see that they are willing to stay up with the trends. I didn't really get to peek much at UNT's recent jungle picks, though. We'll see what they pull out.
Yeah, I mean, for UNT, they go for a blue side ban onto the Rumble, which I would say is slightly concerning, but at the same time, they are able to get themselves that Morgana pick. So at the very least, they're able to get one of the two. So we'll see how UNT end up playing around the Morgana. We've seen a lot of Morgana picked up by teams, but not necessarily played around very well. They end up like opting into a couple losing lanes, and then that's just not where the Morgana wants to be. She wants to be able to invade jungle because she has so much free time and just be able to really hard punish or counter gank a lot of opportunities coming in from the opposing side. However, Wildcard, they're going to be able to get themselves the Diana and the Tristana. The Tristana pick, actually a pretty important pick, I would say, in this series because both teams played in the bot lane, but also the flexibility provided by the Tristana, as I believe UNT have also played it in the mid lane and in the top lane.
Super strong flex pick has been at the top of the tier list for both bot and mid for a couple of patches now. But like you said, really big pick for Mad City in particular. Nutty Bars just last week played the Tristana, went 12-0-6, not dying a single time in that matchup to finish out the regular season. So this is a pick that is coming in hot for Mad City. Will be answered by the Kaisa for the side of UNT Esports. Super good late game hyper scaling ADC. And we'll see what they want to round out this, the rest of round one with. It is going to be the Leona, so one of those hard CC champs that you just throw in front of the Kaisa, get that long range plasma stacking.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that we don't see the Rel pick here, as there is a decent amount of dive, and Rel just works so well into counter dive, like the Diana, and also a little bit the Tristana in lane. However, we will end up seeing the Leona still, so still packing a lot of engage. And for the side of Wildcard, it does look like they just go ahead and lock themselves in the Braum. So Braum buffed a little bit lately, and of course has a lot better time just denying a lot of these melee supports. And well, Leona's one of those melee supports.
She definitely is. And this is going to go a long way to helping out the lane power of that Tristana as well. The Leona, you often see her more roaming around with the jungler. And looking at the composition, Kai'Sa, not too bad of a weak side ADC. You can definitely see a little bit of that in the cogs, thinking of the game plan for UNT there. But that Braum might actually just be able to lock that Leona in lane and say, hey, if you leave, I'm not going to let that Kai'Sa farm safely under tower. Yeah. This is, not a Nautilus, not an Alistar that's just going to roam with you. So they will have to be a bit more careful. And again, Mad City, when they've been playing well, it's through this bottom lane. The rest of the map definitely benefits from the chaos the bot lane creates and gets leads of their own for sure. But it does seem like most of the plays originate from that bottom half of the map. So we'll be keeping an eye on that first and foremost. Now into the second round of picks, though. We saw Akali and Yone take it away from Mad City. UNT took away Lucian and Lee Sin.
Yeah, and this is actually really interesting because it really is just 4 bans into the mid lane, which I feel like benefits Wildcard a lot more because they are the team that plays a lot of Sylas and Ori, and they don't really stray away too much from those picks. So the fact that Yone, Akali, Lee Sin, Lucian, all picks that do very well into those 2 particular picks all get taken away, even by UNT themselves, feels like you really neutered yourself there. So I'm looking for something really special here. The Rise, not quite feeling it, but that will be the pick locked in, most likely into the mid lane, but does have some flex potential still into that top side.
What I would like to see from UNC is just some form of disengage here. I was almost kind of liking the Syndra in this comp, but when you look across the lane, Diana, Tristana, Sylas, there's a lot of dive buddies stacking up to try to get a piece of this Kai'Sa, a piece of now this Rise. And sure, you've got things like the Black Shield, but the rest of the kit is more focused on kind of front to back. There's not a lot of peel for this back line other than, I guess now you've got Rise just throwing down the CC. But UNT definitely feels like a squad that feels more comfortable playing forward. If they're forced to play on the back foot, I think Mad City's comp have the perfect tools to sow absolute chaos.
Yeah, and really both of these compositions are all about the dive right here. You have the Wukong, the Kai'Sa, the Leona, all of these champs just want to get down and dirty. And on the flip side, you have Diana, Tristana, Sylas, and now a Set. So both of these comps going to be going really clashing head on without really a whole lot of regard for the backline here. Some of the backline is just going to be jumping on in as well. And
when you've got a Tristana, the backline is the front line.
Yeah.
Right? Just reset City all day long. I'm also super excited to see the Set coming out. We'll be going into the top lane against the Wukong. Set got some really nice AD buffs recently on the last patch. We've already been seeing it start to get pulled out at Worlds a little bit. So that's a matchup that maybe might be able to tip in his favor. I haven't really seen much of the Set v Wukong. They definitely came to popularity at different times. So another fun matchup to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, both of these champions actually have a lot of sustain against each other. Set, of course, gets missing health regen, and for Wukong, the longer you are in combat, you get more armor, and then you also get regen. So these passives work very much similar to each other. So I'm very interested to see how the interaction in lane will work out. Although, at the same time, you're looking at, well, okay, maybe we can get the Wukong into Sylas. I don't know if that matchup is better, but certainly the melee matchups always work out a little bit better for Wukong in general. And maybe the Sylas doesn't have the tools early on to combat the Wukong.
Doesn't look like that's going to be the case, though. We do see, or at least I guess we see, the chat doesn't see, Savi locking in that Wukong in the top lane up against Axum on the Set. So it is going to be Wukong Set, and then the Rise taking on the Sylas in the mid lane. Now, Nightstar, you asked for winning lanes alongside this Morgana. Now getting to see everything laid out on the table. How are you feeling about these jungle picks and maybe some potential 2v2 matchups?
Yeah, the Morgana Rise, I think while the Rise has a lot of wave clear, perhaps that's enough to really be able to rotate around with this Morgana, get really aggressive here. The Wukong, I'm not so sure about because Set does have, I would say, better wave clear top side, and it really just comes down to how good are these Wukong trades into this buffed Set, because Wukong himself hasn't gotten too many of those buffs himself, so it's
No
going to
bananas
be
for the Monkey King.
yeah, exactly. And then, I mean, in the spot side, like, you know, my opinions on Kai'Sa. I think Kai'Sa is just the budget version of Tristana here. So I think Tristana is just going to have better laning than this Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking about the really important trades for the Wukong and making sure that the damage that you deal is calculated. You got to make precise strikes, and it feels kind of that way for the comp as a whole for UNC. I'm seeing a lot of lockdown, a lot of pick potential, but outside of the Kai'Sa, at least, I'm looking at more early game and skirmish focus. There's not a lot of sustained damage. Ryze is going to need a lot of items before it comes online. Same with the Kai'Sa. So if you're not able to land that initial binding, if you can't hit that single burst at the beginning of a fight, there's a lot of sticking powder for Mad City Wildcard here. And if they can drag these fights on, it'll start to look pretty good for them. So what I'm hoping for from UNC, go into this early game with a game plan. If you can find some picks, commit to them 100%, make sure you finish them off. We see a lot of teams at this level just kind of play the mid game pretty nonchalantly and pretty reactively. I don't think that's going to be something that's going to allow UNC to win here.
Yeah, I really do think that for Mad City, their mid game is really, really strong. They have Diana, they have Silas, they have Set. These champs are going to be relatively tanky, and they've just got a little bit more team fight power because of that extra little bit of beef. Whereas on the flip side, you said it, there's a lot of single target damage, but not a whole lot of consistent DPS after a lot of these single target CC things get thrown out. So they will peter out at least in the mid game, and then once late game arrives, of course Ryze is going to churn out the damage, and Kai'Sa herself is no slouch in that late game scenario.
Yeah. But again, it all comes down to execution, execution, execution. We can talk circles around these teams all day long, but it just comes down to how they play on the day. Let's send it over to a quick break while we get ready for these players to hop on to Summoner's Rift. We will see you on the other side for game number 1 in this first playoff match. And we're back, everybody, with game number 1 here between UNT Esports and Mad City Wildcard. And who is it gonna be a doozy here, Nightstar? We've got the budget Tristana here in the bot lane. We've got budget, or I'd say not even budget, better Alistar here in the mid lane. All sorts of champs, but a little bit different on the Rift.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this Silas plays out, because early on he's going to be looking to take Rizal, and Rizal doesn't really do a whole lot when you're coming in from the mid lane. Yes, some of these rotations get a little bit faster, but as the game goes on, you're mostly going to be looking for this Silas to just go ahead and steal away that Wukong ult, or maybe that Morgana ult if he's able to really get deep into the composition. But I think for the most part, late game, it's going to be that Wukong, just because of the more instantaneous CC provided by the Wukong ultimate over the Morgana ult. And I mean, one of the interesting things is, of course, also Savi on the Wukong hasn't played a game for this squad this season, and he's a jungle main. So you mentioned it during the break. You're expecting a fellow jungle main to be able to really match up and play around Flick and be able to roam around, get those timings matched up. But I don't know if he's going to be able to manage the wave well enough topside to actually be able to time things well enough to roam with the jungler.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Flick is going to be starting on the top side. Actually started Wolves. It's not a start that I have seen a lot of Morganas go with. Usually it's the red/Raptors and then into the top side, or at least starting with one of those double camps. You can already see here Savi taking a bit of damage, but I'm interested to see where more goes after this. We'll have to take a little bit of a rain check. Nutty Bars takes a huge chunk of damage in the bot lane and blows his cleanse. That's going to be one summoner down for the ADC.
Yeah, a massive amount of damage coming down because of just the level 2 difference. And I mean, it's a bit of a shame that Nutty Bars and 3-5, they kind of get a little bit distracted there and don't keep track of the wave. But a really nice trade here by Razikin. And I mean, this champ select was a little bit interesting coming in from Little Nate, because I was expecting him to go for some sort of more aggressive pick, more of that Yone, Lee Sin flair, but they end up banning those champs away and throwing him onto this Rise pick. So maybe just a little bit more comfortable playing a slower play style in game 1, I would say. And, you know, it makes sense. Sometimes in game 1, the nerves of that first playoff game, and you want to take it a little bit slow, draft a little bit more scaling.
Yeah. I want to take a trip back to talk about these junglers, though, because I noticed watching Flick move around these maps, starting off with the Wolves was a little bit strange, but watching him closer, he hasn't actually been doing the double clearing that Morgana is known for with her Tormented Soil, doing both camps at once. And so you can see here essentially equal on the clear speed between the Diana and the Morgana. They both finished their clear.
Trying to bait.
Double scuttle.
Oh,
However,
baby.
Flick goes mid lane, and that's gonna be the first blood coming through. Javi went back to base, and Flick got a kill. It's a jungle diff.
Javi goes for the recall, and I mean, Flick is just right there to punish Razikin. Really a bit of a baffling move there coming in from Razikin, trying to go super aggressive here when he had minions at the turret, so he ends up giving up a lot for that play. Has to come back with that teleport, but now Javi will be spotted out by that ward, and he's going to have to back off. So all around, a great start coming in for the side of UNT.
Yeah, and I was just about to praise Javi too, because a lot of the strength of Morgana is in the fact that she does have a very quick clear, and she can simply gain gold faster than you. But if you are not being effective on that clear, then you lose a lot of that strength. And then Diana, on paper, is just kind of a better jungler at skirmishing and ganking and doing what she needs to do early on. But then it all gets tossed out the window because Flick is just hits his binding, he walks mid, he's in the right place at the right time. And it's just a seesaw of emotions, Nightstar. It's like, oh, Morgana's really good, but you're not using her well. And then Savi flashes and Axum flashes the follow. It's a solo kill in the top lane in the flashiest way imaginable.
It's a solo bolo, baby. And that's a big kill coming in from that Silas as things are just going to get better and better as we look at the farm differential. I think we're getting our question answered as far as what is better, Wukong or Set? And right now it's the buff Set definitely taking control of this matchup as it is a massive lead up there.
And I love this. Axum, after that kill, he doesn't hit the wave. He immediately recalls and then teleports back to set up this freeze. Savi doesn't even burn the TP because he knows that this is pushing away from him. But now Yavi's here. Savi forced to back off. Not going to take the bait.
Yeah, no bait obtained there, but Nutty Bars goes for a trade in the bottom side. And
he actually, although doesn't really, or seems like he's just running away there. I'm not sure if it was just Axum messing up or maybe Javi hit the wave there, but it actually does push back into the Wukong. So he'll be breathing a sigh of relief right now. That was looking pretty terrible for Savi.
Yeah, it's still a big level difference though, up top side, level 5 to level 7. So honestly, Axum still holds a lot of control, but now bot side.
Imagine if this wave was under Axum's turret right now.
Oh, bot, wait.
Gonna be a big play. Realm Warp coming through. It brings on Rainy. They're going to go under the tower, find the kill, and Rainy gets out scot-free. It's 1-for-0 down in the bot lane. Javi's around, but seems like they're backing off. No more play to be had.
Yeah, right now I think we're seeing some clear differences with the map here. You're looking at this bot lane and you're looking at this mid lane really going in favor for UNT, and on the flip side, it's definitely a lot of top side domination coming in from Axum as he just continues to just pummel Savi. And yeah, it's gotta say it's not working out here for this Wukong in game number 1. Yeah, not a whole lot.
Nightstar, maybe not so comfortable with the laning phase, is definitely getting hammered a bit in these trades.
Punched around.
Definitely. And Wukong, if you don't have even enough gold to, get some resistances under your belt, you don't feel comfortable engaging in those team fights. And all of a sudden, you're kind of less of a champ because that's all Wukong does. He finds the knockup under tower.
Wait, what?
Axum, though, just going to walk away.
Yeah, that's a big cooldown invested there, Trevor, because now, well, you don't have your ult, and Axum, honestly, just has so much control there. And okay, a little bit of
a miss from Flick as Little Nate does have to flash out of harm's way. 3 members mid. We'll see Axum walking down the river, though.
Yeah, and if we could just pull up the gold real quick, I just want to highlight that this top lane is definitely not fun because you're looking at 2K on this Wukong. That's all he has in this game, and everyone else is just so far ahead. He's just barely ahead of his support, and on the flip side, like, yes, there are
barely Nightstar. You mean by less than 100 gold?
Yeah,
barely ahead of his support.
Yeah, so, support Wukong coming in hot here, and on the flip side, you're looking at, yes, some of these laners are a little bit behind. You're looking at 500 in that bot lane and about 500 in that mid lane. At the very least, it's minor differences here, whereas top side is just major differences, understating it.
Yeah, and you just got to start to look at the effectiveness, right? I mean, sure, some of these other lanes, they're falling behind, but Nutty Bars is nowhere close to the point where he is going to be useless. If he's still on track to get his first item, he's still going to be fine. But with Wukong, again, your only identity is to dive into the backline and get that ultimate. If you're so squishy that you're going to get one shot before you even make it there, now the Herald's going to come through. Savi has to walk away from his tower again. Axum does take a tower shot. And not all to the Wukong's detriment either. Like, I want to shout out Wildcard for playing well around this top side, knowing that they have a mismatch and abusing it. Rainy does go in, gets stunned up from concussive blows. And there's the re-engage ultimate, but stepped away from by both. Immediate exhaust from the Braum, and that will be the end of the play. Just a health trade coming out for those summoner spells.
Yeah, and I mean, a bunch of summoner spells tossed out there, or just exhaust. And it's not too bad in this bottom lane. They're still able to consistently farm out here. Now it's time for them to go a little bit aggressive here, but the Q misses. The ult is at least going to force out the flash, and that's going to be a big positive trade here. Hopefully they're able to pick up a plate or two in this bottom side after burying that flash, but Leona looking to return bot lane is going to expose Nate though.
Flick is here, but he's not close enough. Little Nate gets pulled back before the black shield goes down. And that's going to be the kill, goes through to Axum. Just there a little bit faster than the Morgana.
Yeah, and a brilliant roam coming in from Axum. This is one of the big things as a top laner is the fact that, well, if you have such a massive lead, how do you transition it? Because it can be very difficult to transition your lead from top side into somewhere like bot side, because, of course, if you don't have teleport, well, you're a little bit, you have to walk a distance, but he finds a perfect timing to make that roam happen, knows that top side is just going to be pretty much consistently shoved in now, and now he just becomes the second jungler.
And set a very good second jungler to have. There comes a solar flare from the Leona. More of a disengage, a deterrent to try to protect Portal. Did you hear there? But now Javi is here, so the Kaisa will have to back off. Will finally reset. Has been in lane a long time. Still has not gone back after initially losing the flash in the 1v2. Rainy will stick around. Perhaps they're looking for something. I think more just protecting plates at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time, both of these AD carries have so much gold to spend here, and things starting to even up a little bit in this bottom side, and that's allowed this gold lead to really expand here. You're looking at a 2k gold lead. Most of it is just exclusively in this top side, as we have almost a 3k gold advantage coming in from the set. And at the very least here, now that the wave is constantly shoving into this Wukong, he should be able to start catching up as far as the EXP and gold is concerned, but still won't make up the fact that he is still 2 kills down.
Oh, Flick, gotta be careful. Okay, he does make it out safely. I thought we were going to get into a position where he was gonna die for a ward. I had a pun prepared, but the world will never know. Axum has found Savi way up past the line of scrimmage, and he's just going to farm right in front of his face. This is the purest form of disrespect, saying you're not even worth my time to chase down and kill.
Yeah, the minions are worth more than getting the kill onto you. And you know what?
I mean, he's only died once. He's still worth
exactly. Yeah, like, come on. Give the man a little bit of respect. He's not quite a cannon minion.
Do you really want to chase that Wukong all around Summoner's Rift when those minions are right there?
True. It takes a little bit less effort to chase, but now, okay. Once again, we see a beautiful roam coming in from Axum, and he's really been on fire to start out this game number 1.
Binding does land, but Lil Nate just uses cooldowns on the wave. And with this Rise's flash gone, and him going back to base, he has the teleport, but river control is going to be handedly in the favor of Wildcard. They're starting this dragon up immediately, and picking this one up does stop the dragon stacking that had been going over the side of UNT, which was one of their kind of only advantages up to this point.
Yeah, I would say it's probably one of their big win conditions for the squad here, being able to just snowball off those dragons. Of course, you're looking at Dragon Soul to also be a win condition for the side of a wild card.
It's an Infernal Soul. It's a win condition for everybody.
Yeah. At this point, you're looking at win condition for all, but now Javi kind of pincer between two people, but we'll be able to just walk it off, and things starting to calm back down. But if we look at the jungle difference right now, Javi has just been really power farming, just at an absolute storm. He's got a 30 CS advantage in just that jungle matchup, and while Flick has been kind of where he's needed to be because of, I would say, a little bit of a frightening top side, it's slowed him down a little bit.
Flash forward from Savi. He really wants this. He forces the flash out of Nutty Bars, but he will use the ult to disengage. That was hard to watch, Nightstar. I mean, poor Savi, he just wants some gold, man. He sees an ADC alone and he's like, all right, I've got this.
Yeah.
He's just so far behind.
Yeah, he's sitting at 4,300 gold. Again, just a little bit above his support here. This time, not quite, only 100 gold. So that's, positive news. But at the same time, this set is still just an absolute juggernaut. And we talked about post-draft that for the side of wild card, this is a composition that really hammers things home in the mid game. And now that we've reached mid game, these big bruisery champions, it's time for them to really show off.
Axum, he finds 2 with the Stride Breaker, and here comes the teleports. Gust of Blows also lands. Savi is joined, but I don't know how much that's gonna help them. They find the stun, but it was onto the clone. Flash forward to the showstopper.
Axum
is gonna bring them in. Solar Flare to slow them down. They're doing what they can, trying to buy time, but the kites has already fallen. Flick is here.
Oh no!
He's gone golden. The CC train might be enough, but it's a double kill for Razengin. Now it's him against the world. He's shut down. We won't see too crazy of a highlight play, but it's still gonna be a 2-for-2 trade. Now, as the fight continues, Diana has joined, and it's a big burst of damage. That's what he's been farming for all this game. He picks up 2 more. We broke Nightstar.
Right at the end of it, and that was just such a massive additional 2 kills from Javi, just being able to cut off the rotation, find the extra 2, and wow, this mid game really starting to come online for the side of wildcard, and this is exactly their sweet spot.
Yeah, and you could just tell that they were ready for the fight. The way that they postured, as soon as you saw the Braum walking up towards that top lane, Axum was looking for a play, and now they've got the tools. They've got the Stride Breaker, they've got the Everfrost, they have everything they need to just force fight after fight after fight, and turn what is right now a 4,000 gold lead into hopefully in about 10 minutes or so a game win.
Yeah, and this was one of my issues with the draft coming in from UNT, was the fact that they were very transparent.
Coming in on the flank.
Okay. No time.
Razengin did lose about half his HP here, but Black Shield used on Flick. Not really in threat at all, and that means Rainy is gonna go down. No contestation for the side of UNT. Now Dragon spawning here in under a minute. Complete river control for the wildcards.
Yeah, in UNT, I mean, Flick, he was just like, I want no part of this. I'm out of here. Good luck, Rainy. And I mean, Axum, he just keeps going. He doesn't care.
UNC are gonna need a lot of luck here in this game. Good sidestep from Savi to dodge out the concussive blows. That might have actually spelled his demise, despite the fact that he's a level 12 now Wukong. You wouldn't think that just a Braum and Set would be able to take him down, but that's the state of the game we're in, Nightstar. Now Dragon is 10 seconds away, and it doesn't look like UNC are going to try to contest for this one at all. Instead, just trying to trade towers, trade pressure where they can.
Yeah, and just going back to the conversation that I was trying to get at before we had that mid lane fight, was the fact that this composition from the side of UNT felt a little bit underwhelming as far as draft goes, because it was so apparent from the side of wildcard that they were just going to go hyper aggro and be super dive focused because of the Tristana and the Diana early on, but they just didn't really draft around them. They just decided, all right, we'll just play fire with fire, fight fire with fire, and so far it hasn't really panned out for them at all. They've really struggled here in this early game, and now mid game it's going to get harder.
Oh, the death brush though. Nutty Bars is tagged by the
Oh, he's ignited.
Cleanse, but the ignite takes him down
they turn.
anyway. We'll see what the wild cards can do on the back end of this fight.
So
Rainy
strong.
taking up so much damage, but he eventually falls. Javi now with a two-man pull in. That's a double kill. Can he make it 3?
Oh
The
my
triple
God.
going over to wild cards jungler. And man, that was a fight that UNT picked, but wild card sure as hell finished.
Yeah, and now that this Diana pick is just so far ahead, this Morgana loses so much value because 1Q coming in from the Diana is just going to pierce through that black shield. So Flick has to be almost perfect when it comes to throwing out that black shield onto a target, just to make sure that they don't get CC'd. And right now, it's just such an uphill battle to try and hit late game, try and get to that spot where this Rise can really start pumping out the damage, where this Wukong becomes a little bit more relevant. Because I mean, we've been talking about him all game, but he's still 3k behind, and it's just, he's even gone for the gourd drinker. Like, this is built for the 1v1, and you never win the 1v1 at this point.
No, you most certainly don't. Not unless this game is somehow dragged out to an exorbitant length where the gold lead no longer matters and Savi can just be full build while also being 10,000 gold down. But I don't see a future where that happens. Right now, Wildcard are poised to just continue to quicken the pace of this one. And I liked the play coming in from UNT there. They had a very intelligent death where a ward had even been placed down and they didn't clear it. They continued to sit and wait. And eventually they found the prize of the ADC. The problem is we see an extended wet noodle fight down here, bot. There is a lot more threats than just the Tristana on this team. You're dealing with Axum, Javi, Rosinkin, who can all threaten your backline, who can all potentially 1v2 at this point. So sure, you're taking down the marksman, but that's not enough when they're this far behind. Here's another play.
Possible pick on the Braum.
Who flashes into it, take the Tristana's place. Everfrost gonna stun him up and he will fall. Nutty Bars now has to retreat. There's no counterplay. Wildcards are not in a position to really do much except push their waves.
Yeah, but push they are doing, because Axum, he is really forcing the issue. And Rainy, oh, that
Baron here.
Yeah.
This would be incredibly risky. They don't have
front line.
Yeah, to tank this up. Savi's in the bot lane. Even if he was here,
I don't know about that one.
Razinkin is gonna make it a little bit easier for them.
I don't know about this one.
To the Kaisa, Rainy now the target. He uses the killer to the dash to try to buy some more space. Red buff takes down the Kaisa eventually. Axum, the janitor, will come to clean up the fight. Flashes onto Little Nate. Here comes Javi to turn it around. And yeah, now it's all over. Javi's joined the fight. It looked sketchy to start, Nightstar. But the gold lead comes through clutch for Wildcard.
Yeah, honestly, it was a bit of a mistimed engage coming in, I would say, from the side of Wildcard. But they know that it doesn't matter how many bodies we throw in there. All that matters is Javi's alive and Axum's alive, because they will clean up. And while it was definitely a poor re-engage coming in from Nutty Bars, he understands he's just there to be the distraction. They blow a bunch of cooldowns onto him, and that means Axum, Javi, they get to run absolutely rampant in that fight. And it's really just the two-man game here in this game number one. And on the flip side, it's just, this is why Kaisa is just not good anymore at this moment, because there's so much dive. If you dive onto a bunch of dive people, it makes their job easier.
Diveception on Summoner's Rift. Now River Control once again over to Wildcard. We see them securing the scuttle here. They also have the push in both mid and bot. A lot of these tools that were used in the last fight are back up. Axum engaging.
That's a fat
Throws
shield.
out the haymaker. Huge shield, and Hobby's in the back line. Goes golden to buy time, and the health bars evaporate. Nutty Bar, it's Reset City. He almost falls there at the end to Savi of all people, but stays alive, is able to get out.
Oh, he wants it.
Razid Kid, no mercy. Not even in the base. 20 seconds on anybody relevant to come up. We might be looking at the end of it all, Nightstar.
Yeah, it looks like game one is just going to be secured here by Wildcard. There's death timers too long, and these turrets just going to absolutely be melted. And what a game one it was. Javi had an absolute showcase once he actually got involved into the game, and Axum just ran wild on this set.
Those were definitely the two hugest points that when we look at that game, we identify these are problems that need to be fixed going into game two. Otherwise, we're going to see the same thing. And when I think to that end, I mean, it's hard in the top lane because UNT, like you mentioned, this is their first time playing with Savi. He's a jungle main. There's not much that you can do to really stop him from getting bodied in lane. So I would say just put him on something, you know, with a much lower bar of execution. He'll stick him on the Malphite. I know it's not as prevalent anymore, but something to that effect. The jungle, though, is something where we can make a change. This Morgana, it's such a trap at these lower stages of play. If you do not know how to clear the jungle with Morgana, don't pick her. Because there is no point in picking this champion whose strength is just clearing the jungle faster than everybody else if you're going to clear your camps one at a time. We saw Javi able to get off to a wild CS advantage there in the jungle, despite being up against the Morgana, and look how much just infinitely more effective he was.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna fault Flick necessarily, or at least put all the blame on him, because the fact of the matter was your top lane got absolutely shreked. So you do not get the option to even consider going topside. And in that bot side, you're playing up against a Braum. The Braum is just going to be able to neutralize the Kai'Sa, Leona, while you're not going to be able to hard win that lane. If they're not able to really be able to get going, it makes things a lot more difficult to then snowball. And I mean, the Rise, yes, you get a little bit of wave clear, and we saw some nice plays into that mid lane, but in the end, you can't just carry from Morgana Rise. That's not good enough here, especially when there's just so many more threats to deal with on the flip side.
And you voiced your frustrations going into game one, Nightstar. This is little Nate. You look at his match history, we've seen Lee Sin, Silas, Yasuo, Yone. I want to see some of these picks come out. I don't want to see the Rise anymore, but we have to leave it to the players. We're on the analyst desk and not in the game for a reason. These teams don't want us on their rosters. They wouldn't win anything. So without further ado, we're going to toss it over to a break as we get ready for game number 2. On the other side, we'll see if UNT can bring this series back, or if Wildcard are able to finish this one off with a quick 2-0. We'll see you guys there. Welcome back, everybody. Audio and Nightstar here. We're bringing you game number 2 of this very first playoff match here in the UCL. UNT taking on Wildcard. Wildcard kind of stomped that game 1, Nightstar. Not going to lie.
Yep.
Through the top and through the jungle. It was just too easy. 24 minutes. I think we ended up with close to a 10,000 gold lead. So UNC, they got to make some big changes if they want to continue their playoff run.
Yeah, really, all onus is on to UNT to make those changes to figure things out here. And one of those changes is going to be taking out Savi and putting in TX sauce. I don't know, but Sauce.
For the purposes
going to
of
be
this broadcast, we will refer to him as Sauce.
He's going to be making his appearance here, and he did play in their last week of the regular season, but he didn't play a whole lot in the previous weeks. And in fact, he didn't play at all. So it's going to be a change up in the top side. He does play, I would say, more of the tanks. The 2 games he did play last week were on Shen. So perhaps really drawing more resources and throwing it into that bottom lane might help them out here.
Yeah, and I mean, you said he hasn't played much. Those 2 Shen games were the only games that he's played this season. Brought in the very last week of the regular season, and now, I mean, I think after game number 1, it's kind of has to be a change that comes through. You know, no offense to Savi, but he just got blasted in that lane, and who cares if it's a tank? I mean, we called it out. We said put Savi on a tank, something that can be effective even if he's not feeling comfortable in lane. So I hope this is a change that at least is going to allow UNC to focus a little bit more on the rest of the map, because it definitely felt like Flick didn't get to do a lot of what Morgana likes it does, because as you said, he was worrying a little bit too much about the top lane.
Yeah, and we're going to get a side swap as well. So UNT, they've gone ahead, banned away both the Rumble and the Diana, which means that Morgana is left available. So expending a lot of bans into this jungle during this first phase. We'll see what their answer is going to be for the Morgana. There's still a couple of AP junglers available still, such as the Lilia.
Don't fall for the hovers. I should know better than this.
Xin is a pick that can go super aggressive, and it's a completely different play style from the Morgana. Morgana will definitely be able to outfarm the Xin, but the Xin is just going to be running at these lanes nonstop.
And this isn't something we saw last game for UNT. We did not see the winning lanes that we asked for, but already with the Vars locked in as well, it's a very strong laning marksman, one of the best, I would say. And so things are looking up, at least for the early stages for UNC. Misfortune and Leona locked in, though. Man, that's some team fight power right there. And MF also one of those picks where you don't prefer it, but you can leave her alone to a certain degree in that lane. She has enough wave cleared, enough range that the Leona can just be on roaming duty with that Morg.
Yeah, but it's also just an insane amount of kill threat, right, with the MF Leona, because you're able to just consistently proc those Leona passive stacks. And okay, interestingly enough, UNT, they go ahead and lock in R3 Silas. So honestly, it makes a lot of sense, because if you're looking at the champ pool in the hands of Razikin, he hasn't really played a whole lot of these champions that can punish a champ like Silas. So looking more so at maybe an Orianna, and if that comes through, it's once again going to be a slow mid laner, a slow ramping up mid laner against the mid laner that really just takes control in that mid game. So we're going to see a little bit more of that same dynamic possibly coming out here.
Yeah. And we see some decent ultimates on the table for the Silas so far. It'll really depend on what those next 2 picks are. That's kind of the downside to picking Silas in the first round, is your opponent can now say, okay, let's try to keep some of the more obnoxious ultimates off the table. But the bullet time, the solar flare to a degree can be pretty powerful in these team fights, especially when there's already a lot of follow-up CC or other ways to lock people down in those. Alistar also going to be a great pick. You normally hesitate picking this against the Sylas, but grabbing it alongside the Sylas is going to make for some pretty hard to kill members in these team fights.
Yeah, once again, we see just a lot of dive coming in from UNT, and for the side of wildcard, they have champions that can deal with the dive relatively well. However, once again, it seems like both teams are just going to fight fire with fire. The Camille gets locked in here. Camille does, of course, do well against the Alistar because the true damage is just going to punch through all those resistances. And we'll see what they end up throwing into that mid lane. Orianna, definitely a pick that we kind of expect here for Razakin. But other options would be a Tristana if you're trying to punish a Sylas pick, and the Tristana does end up being that last pick here. And Poppy, the pick against Camille, is also very interesting.
Yeah, I like this pick. It does work really well on paper. There's a couple of members that you would like to be able to stop the dive from, or just potentially stop them from escaping. If you can make sure that Tristana can't rocket jump away, it makes it really easy for the rest of your team to dive right on top of them. So I like it. Again, on paper. How do you feel about it, Nightstar? Because I do think that this laning phase is going to be a bit rough.
Yeah, I would say that all in all, Wildcard win this draft because they have the ability to play from range. They've got more range champions, and they have the ability to kite back a little bit better than the side of UNT. And for UNT, they once again hard commit to this dive. They have 4 dive champions, and then the Varus, who feels like will go probably like a Kraken Slayer build just to give that late game insurance here. But you have to make your way through an MF ult, a Morgana ult. The Tristana can somewhat help reset these fights with her ultimate, and there's just so many more variations of how the side of a wildcard can take these fights than the side of UNT, who are just trying so desperately to just run at you over and over again.
I want to compare this quickly to the drafts we saw from last game, because these teams felt like they were in slightly opposite positions. Mad City had all of the dive on their squad, and UNT were the scalers who felt like they had to play back. However, they were working with a Wukong and a Ryze. Now, that doesn't exactly scream disengage to me, but like you said, now we have the Misfortune. Now we've got the Camille. Now we have the Tristana. There is a lot of tools to help dissuade the dive or outplay in those actual team fights.
Yep.
So I do favor the chances of the scaling team a lot more here in this game number 2 than game number 1.
Yeah, and also just the fact that, well, this team has winning lanes for this Morgana. MF Leona definitely can just shove the wave. Also get, if they land a couple of those harass tools from the Misfortune, you can easily snowball that into a kill. Tristana early game will be able to get the shove in this mid lane against the Sylas. Also has decent kill pressure into it. And in this top lane, it's a Poppy. Unless Poppy gets some really nice trades early on, Camille easily runs away with this matchup. So I love this Morgana draft this time around compared to game number 1.
Yeah, now let's try to look at some of the positives here for UNC. They do have some very powerful skirmishing tools early on that they were missing in game number 1. So where do they look to try to break the map open here?
Yeah, honestly, it's not that bad of a draft coming in from UNT, because if you're looking at Xin Zhao, he wants to be able to just run at a lot of these lanes and throw down a bunch of damage. And he's going to have that ability here because of how fragile a lot of these lanes are. The Camille, Tristana, definitely very squishy if you're to get onto him. And also, perhaps if he gets the opportunity, if he gets shoving waves or shoving lanes from maybe a Sylas or maybe this Varus lane, and he's able to get invades onto the Morgana, but Morgana definitely does not like a Xin Zhao on her face.
No, she definitely doesn't. I'm also pretty excited for the mid game because I think there's some pretty great ultimates, some pretty great fighting tools for the side of UNT with the Varus ultimate when the Sylas comes online. And yes, there's some great ults on the side of Wildcard too, but they feel like they need a bit more items behind them to really get the full effectiveness of things like the bullet time, things like the Hextech ultimatum. You want the Camille to be able to finish off the kill that she goes in for. So there is that small window when ultimates start coming in, but items haven't quite caught up, that I think that this comp for UNT does actually feel really great about matching up and scrapping for objectives. So I hope that that's the game plan here for UNT. Remember, in game number 1, a lot of their early game plans were kind of shoved to a halt because in the top lane there was just this wildfire burning out of control. Now TX Sauce comes in, he's on the Poppy. We're hoping that he can keep a bit more of a lid on Axum, because otherwise we might be in for another quick one, Night Star. Let's toss it over to a break, though, and get right into the action. We will see you guys on the other side for game number 2 here between UNT Esports and Mad City Wildcard. And we are back, everybody, here with game number 2 in the very first week of playoffs here in the Upsurge Contenders League. I'm Audio. Joining me, as always, my beautiful assistant, Night Star. And we're here in this game number 2. We're not quite sure how we feel about it yet, but we're definitely here.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of Doran's Blade purchased by the side of Wildcard.
Doran's been doing well lately.
Yeah.
Business is booming.
Yeah, really nice. The
Got
sales
everything
are
you
there.
want. He's got shields, he's got swords, he's got rings if you're into that kind of stuff.
Yeah, all the bling you ever need.
Almost got to wonder if there's like anti-monopoly laws in Runeterra.
Yeah.
What's to stop Doran from just jacking the prices up 5,000%? I mean, he owns everything in League of Legends. What would we do if all of a sudden a Doran's Blade costs 3,000 gold?
Yeah, what if someone just pisses off Doran? Like, what can we do to even stop him?
Well, looking at the jungler starts here, Morgana starting on her Raptors this time. I like this better. Starting on the Wolves in game 1, not one of the camps that you can
wait a second.
camp on. Here's the level 1 though, immediate cleanse flash from Portaju. That is a great start to the lane here for the Misfortune Leona.
Yeah, that is also not a good start for this Varus, which is going
full guy, okay?
Yeah, I mean, the Varus is going to be looking for more of that Kraken Slayer build because it is.
Wait, they saw him do this. He's able to walk up again, get another big chunk of damage.
Stop!
Var is still trying to trade autos. There's a ward in that brush. They saw 357 channel the Hex Flash there. I'm baffled.
You know, Porto.
Yeah, the Varus at this point essentially can't walk up to the lane, even though he's got Flick in his back pocket. If that Leona hits level 2,
potion.
it's done for.
Yeah, no potion. It really, the only thing that's going to stop him is if Leona just dives under tower. You know, other than that, this lane is not a good time.
Yeah, let's check back in on the jungle though, because we see the winning lanes. Oh, hold that thought. I don't get a chance. Flick, his way out of this is to try to gank the bottom lane. Hesitates for a moment. That might actually cost him.
Oh, he takes him.
357, and so the kill will come through. First blood to Portaju, and that's gonna go a long way to helping him back into this lane.
Yeah, big gank coming in from Flick, and this is exactly what the Zen does. He doesn't farm camps. All he does is just run at you with blood in his eyes. And let's just say he was successful on the first one.
Yeah, what's it going to cost him, though? Already, Javi has doubled his CS, and he's heading into the top lane to take away camps, too.
Yeah.
I think he's about to 3-quadrant Flick. Isn't going to get the buff, but as far as the actual camps themselves.
Axum trolled a little bit there, but could be a 2v2 kill. Flick is still here.
Turning into a 3v3. The Varus gets the kill with the WQ, and it's a double. Okay, Flick, he's literally just not going to farm camps this game. He's farming champions. But it's working out so well so far. 3 kills already for Portaju.
Yeah, and then I mean, this is exactly, again, what the Zen does. He goes and ganks, he takes 1 camp, and then he goes and ganks again. That's essentially the playstyle you want to take up with the Zen, and I feel like he's just going to go ahead, recall, come back, probably go straight to Grump or something like that, and then run straight bottom again. And it's really up to this Morgana to just power farm an unreal amount to just make sure that while Zen's getting these kills, he just becomes absolutely irrelevant come mid-game.
On her way, already 300 gold up, has finished the Sorcerer Shoe. Tier 2 boots with that Predator enchantment means that she can essentially just run straight up the lane at you. And you can see going into lane right now, skipping the Krugs and the Raptors that are up, which may actually come back to bite her. We'll see if Portaju and Rainy step up here. Hex Flash channeled. There's the Zenith play with the Black Shield on top.
Teleport's coming in.
Immediate teleport channeled, but it's the shutdowner to Varus ultimately. Can they find the second? Nutty Bars will fall here, but they kill Rainy as well. It's 1 kill back over. Can Little Nate find a second? 357 does fall at the end of it all. It is a big heal from Little Nate, but the kill still comes through. 3 for 2 so far, but now it's traded 3 for 3. What a cluster fight coming through in the bottom lane. TX Sauce almost gets minion blocked there. I lost the track. I think at the end of it all, it's a 3 for 3 even trade. Camille might want a little bit more. Binding lands, but TX Sauce is already back under his tower. Nutty Bars has respawned and walked his butt all the way back to lane. And the play finally ceases. Meanwhile, Portaju and Rainy just went mid.
Yeah, they just pieced out of that one. And I mean, that fight went so long that the bot lane were able to respawn and go to lane and return to lane there. So that's just unreal how long that fight was. But it starts with the side of a wild card starting out the fight, then the TPs start pouring in, and it was everyone tossing their TPs into that bottom lane. So I think in 5 minutes we might see another 5-man in that bottom lane, Audio.
But the big thing,
Razakin.
who am I thinking that I can talk about analytics and like what's going on in the map? We've got more fights. Razenkin, it's not much of a fight actually. He just gets picked out, and that's gonna be Dragon going over to the side of UNT. Great start to this game, number 2, Nightstar. Already miles above what we saw in the first one.
Yeah, and this is a composition that if it does get ahead, it can be quite oppressive in that mid game because there is a lot of catch potential on this squad. You have the Zen, you have the Varus ultimate, you have Alistar, you have Silas with the Abscond Duct. There are definitely tools to pick people off here. It's just a matter of, do they accumulate enough of a lead that they can really hammer that wallet advantage in this mid game? And right now, while it is 1,000 gold lead, that's not enough.
Nope, not quite yet. But like you said, this is a mid-game team, and we are only 8 minutes in, so we'll see what they can make happen. It's right now a dive 357, channeling the CC perfectly. Portaju does take 1 turret shot. That might get him in kill range, actually. It does. Nutty Barge trades 1 for 1. A small mistake on what was otherwise a successful dive, as Razenkin is just going to use the Buster shot to disengage onto Little Nate there.
Nice little disengage there, but still has to invest that cooldown. And Nate wants to stop the backs, successful in that regards. And it's really about getting this Varus still ahead here as, ooh, what a gank.
No,
what a gank angle.
Great engage there from Rainy and Little Nate.
Yeah, he comes over.
Really get caught though. Flash forward into the Zenith Blade. Ooh, knocking Yavi into the tower. He does have shield to make sure that he doesn't stay there. And they're going to donate the kill over to Axum.
Yeah, massive kill donated to Axum, being able to make sure he's the one able to secure the gold, as that will help him out considerably, get him to that first item. And one of the things we didn't get to talk about is where the power spikes are when it comes to these compositions. And I think at 1 item you're looking at, that's great coming in for the side of UNT, but I would say it's really afterwards when you're looking at 2, 3 items that the side of wildcard, that's when they really start turning online. The Camille, she's going to be loving that 2nd, 3rd item. The Morgana is really going to turn on at those items as well. And of course you have double AD carry. They love to be able to get more items as well. So as time goes on, it's going to get better and better for this wildcard squad. And 1,500 gold lead for UNT. We need to see more.
Need to see more. That's going to be a line that we're going to come back to quite a few times over the next 10 minutes. As UNT really need to start turning up the heat. Now they have 1 dragon to their name. I don't think that they've been killing them off cooldown. So if they were to pick up the next couple, we could be still looking at a 25-ish minute dragon soul. I'm not going to try to do the math on that one here on air. But that is an option for them to start to increase the tempo. There are objectives starting to spawn around the map that they can try to force fights around, and that's what I want to see. If you take these next couple of crucial minutes and just sit there farming waves, that's exactly what Wildcard want. As soon as they get to those first items, they're ready to fight. So you need to pick a fight sooner.
Yeah, and for the side of Wildcard, it's really up to them to try and slow things down, try not to get picked. That's what could happen here.
Avi has been waiting in the wings for this counter gank. Flick is here, though. Great ultimate from the Leona, and the bullet time almost takes down Rainy. They have to walk away, though. Flick, big damage, and a great headbutt pulverize finds 2. That's all they need. Lil Nate and Porto picking up a kill apiece.
Razakin might be...
Razakin, he uses the jump to get under tower. Now is the flash away. The piercing arrow still lands. Porto is going to get out with the help of the cleanse. And they'll lose Rainy, but it's a 1v2, and it's an execute. So who even cares?
Yeah, it ends up being an execute, so they don't even get the gold from that play. And it's really just the side of UNT really exploding on this map, and for the side of Wildcard, they've really disregarded their item power spikes and said, hey, to hell with it, we'll just fight here. And well, you see where that's really taking them so far.
I mean, last game it worked for them. They were able to just pull the trigger wherever and whenever they wanted. But I want to again point out that this draft, although not perfect, is a lot better than what we saw for game number 1. And I think that TX Sauce has definitely been successful at holding his own here in the top side.
Yep.
Sure, he's not really putting much of a threat onto Axum, but he's staying within decent CS. He's picked up 2 kills for himself. He will be hitting his first item around the same time. So exactly what we wanted to see. It's a stable lane at least, which allows UNT to start playing the rest of the map.
Yeah, and that also means that they should have really firm control over this next dragon, as we already see, well, Leona hanging up top side.
357 is here. Really good use of the W there to stop that. You don't always know that, every hook shot is going to have somebody behind them. And so a lot of poppies won't even use that if they're close to their tower. TX Sauce giving that respect over.
Yeah, and it does look like we're going to see Eclipse coming in from this Zen. So that's going to be a big pickup here, as, again, their one item spike is pretty nuts. It's really afterwards that things slow down, and Eclipse definitely a item that is really, really just fantastic by itself. Being able to get that extra move speed. And now
3 men here in the mid lane. Herald was just taken. But both teams are just going to kind of look at each other really menacingly. See if anything happens. Herald's going to be popped. Binding does not land. And man, these looks are getting really nasty, Nightstar. They're just grimacing at each other.
And they're really staring each other down. And you know what? In the meantime, this Varus has been able to get himself a solo tower. So he gets all the plates in that bottom lane. And also finishes off that first turret. And that means, look, he goes home and buys a straight up Phantom Dancer.
3,000 gold ahead. That Phantom Dancer is essentially his gold lead right now over Eddie Bartz, more or less.
Yeah, it is really, really nuts so far. And if we're talking about a member that will be able to scale into the mid and late game that doesn't drop off like the rest of the team, it is going to be this Varus pick. And I mean, all this extra gold investment is onto this member. So they do have a fallback plan. It's just that, can he essentially 1v5 against a really threatening dive coming in from a Morgana Camille, and also having to deal with his front line possibly just getting shredded by this Tristana MF.
Yeah, although I don't think that that's in the cards anytime soon.
Wild cards?
Even in the wild cards, yes. Good catch there, Nightstar. That was a great one. But even, now that we've seen the bottom lane really explode for this squad, the rest of the team is starting to pick up some of the gold from those plays as well. 4, 1, and 5 on the Silas. He's got a 10-stack ring that he's sitting on, as well as the Everfrost completed. 2-0 on the Poppy, 2-0 on the Zinzao. How much of a threat are they really going to be to this back line of the Var? If they're able to kill him, a very similar situation to last game, where sure, you're able to kill the Tristana, but what about the rest of the team that can also kill all of your members? And I think we're definitely in a position now where we got a Axum really good ultimate there from TX Sauce to knock him out there. But we got to start, pulling the question of like how our wildcarder can be able to survive long enough in this game to even get to their theoretical good team fight. Little Nate, he's looking for the Tristana here in a 1v1. Avi comes in, but too little too late as the teleport is finished. TX Sauce gets the pin against the wall, and that's going to turn it into a double.
Yeah, I don't know if Javi just tossed out the black shield a little bit too early onto maybe Razikin, but he ends up just donating his life at the end as well, and now
7 gets tagged.
Everything's on fire!
They still kill him. Poroju, huge land there with the piercing arrow, and even though he's not lethality, that's just how much damage he has with 2 full complete items.
Yeah, also just being able to get those stacks on 2 targets here. He is just absolutely massive. If you just compare the gold between him and MF, like, it's 3,500. Like, this is a lead that's even greater than what we saw in game number 1 in that top side, and he is clearly in position to just lead his team to victory just on his own. And this was one of the things that we saw when it came to, well, what are their win conditions for UNT? It's about this mid and the bottom side, and right now both of them are having relative success.
Avi trying to clear his own jungle, but that's illegal. There's not even really going to be much there to clear. But look at the vision here for the side of UNT. Complete darkness in this jungle. The shallowest of wards Javi is trying to place down and clear out. And that's going to mean that this dragon will not be contested at all. Rosinkin will instead trade it for a tier 1 in the top lane. But UNT now on Ocean Soul Point, 18 minutes in.
Yeah, being able to threaten Ocean Soul at 23 minutes is going to be really big because, of course, their composition hasn't slowed down at that point in the game. We're looking at more like 30, 35 minutes when things slow down. So right now, they've bought themselves a lot of time to really be able to close out this game. And
Rosinkin, he brought him this on himself with his own group. Tried to stay around and push down that tier 2 tower. Not only does it cost him his life, but also the life of Axum there in the bottom side. They didn't have the Tristana with them to actually defend any of these towers. Really good pressure here from UNT. They are taking everything they can.
Yeah, and then right now the Rift is absolutely just on fire for the side of... okay, they're trying to look for a pick. I don't know if this is the right pick, though.
Rainy is very tanky once he pops that ult. The bullet time is so well placed, though. 357 now in the back.
They don't have the damage.
They have nothing to follow up. Double kill for the Silas, and Porto is going to sprinkle 1 on top. 3 quick kills and lots of turrets to chew through.
Yeah, and you know what? I think we're about to head into a game number 3. We are going the distance because right now this gold lead is just so tremendous. They're already at a 10,000 gold lead. They're going to be able to break this inhib tower, not going for a little bit extra there, knowing that hey, it's pre-20 and yeah, we don't need to donate them extra gold here. We just want to be able to constantly force fights, and we know our win condition is at 23 minutes when that Ocean Soul does spawn. If we're able to secure that, then we can go ahead and just fight with reckless abandon.
And I want to give out some really big shout outs to Flick here in his game number 2. I feel like a lot of what has gone right for UNC this game was out of his pure sheer dedication to ganking bot lane in the first 3 minutes of the game. Had he not gotten all of those kills onto the Varus, 3 of them within the first 5 minutes, he was down about 30 CS. Morgana had taken 3 quadrants of his jungle, and he was losing his other 2 lanes. But he just kept ganking bot lane, and look where it has gotten them. 926 on this Varus. He spread his influence all across the map. Now the entire team is fed. I am very impressed with the improvement from game 1 to game 2 from UNT's jungler.
Yeah, Flick really just playing this Xin very well here, capitalizing on just how aggressive he can play with this champion. And just an interesting side note, just a funny side note, was that at 20 minutes, the side of Wildcard did offer the squad a surrender vote. Oh.
No surrenders here in game number 2. As he engaged, bullet time over the wall will find absolutely nobody. Flick is on a killing spree, and members are dropping like flies. They only trade 1 back, and it's onto the support. Triple kill for the Varus, and Baron will soon be the followed. CX Sauce wasn't even in the fight. He's split pushing on Poppy Nightstar.
Yeah,
That's how
he's having a
confident
good
they
time.
are. Says, nah, guys, I got the teleport. I know I'm a tank, but I got this. Don't worry.
Yeah, no problem at all. Secures that. They're going to go and grab themselves Ocean Drake afterwards, and that should really just kind of lead into the game-ending push from the side.
We've been leading into the game-ending push for the last 6 minutes.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes you just want to continue investing money into your wallet, and once the wallet becomes so large you can't fit it back into your pocket, that's where you just unload it.
That's when it's time to get a bigger wallet so you can take even more. We've all had those games of League of Legends where you're just doing so well, you think, I could win, but wouldn't it be more fun to take the Ocean Soul and all their camps and get another 2 items and win even harder? Now, though, they found Tristana. They're winning pretty hard already. I think they may be ready to wrap this one up. Double kill for the Xin Zhao. They're wearing purple still, marching down mid lane. Rainy is under the tower. Make it a triple. Flick, if the Camille respawns in time, this could be a penta. Just saying. Oh,
nope.
No. Little Nate shuts it down. Come on, man. Axe came back all for the penta. And Little Nate's just going to take it away. Yeah, you laugh at him, Axum. He knows exactly what the Silas did. But they're wasting no time. They've got no time for shenanigans. They've got a game 3 to play, Nightstar.
Yeah.
As the Nexus falls, they will even this series up 1-1.
Woo-wee. What a game. What a showcase coming in from Porto as he just absolutely ransacks the Rift. They finish 15k up, but it's really off the back of this Varus just snowballing so damn hard, and in part due to the fact that Flick, he just constantly hammered that bottom lane, and Nutty Bars and 357, they never gave respect to this Xin pick.
He couldn't gank us 4 times in a row, right?
There's no way.
5 times in a row. Like, he has to go top at some point, right?
He's got
Didn't
camps
happen
there,
that
right?
time. No, Morgana took them all, actually. I just want to point out again that if Flick hadn't gotten any kills in the bottom lane, I think that game would have been over at like 4 minutes, because he had lost all of his jungle. He would have effectively had 0 gold income for the next few minutes, but it didn't matter because he got enough gold onto the Varus, onto Portoju, that he just carried the rest of the game from there, and everybody else got fed off of him. So huge props to Flick and the rest of the squad for turning this one around in game 2, bringing us to a game number 3. And Nightstar, as we go into the final game, I want your thoughts from game 2. One thing that you loved from UNT, and one thing that you would like to change this time for Wildcard.
I mean, for UNT, it has to be this Zen pick. The unrelenting aggression coming out here was really, really cool to see. And on the flip side, it's just understanding that they have a Xin, the only way you lose the game is if you get ganked 4 times before level 6. Afterwards, like, the Morgana just cruises through that game, but unfortunately the Xin fit exactly his win condition, and that made things all the harder come mid-late game.
All right, well, ladies and gents, we have a series on our hand. We're going to toss it over to one more short break as we get ready for game number 3. Who will advance? Who will be left in the dust? UNT taking on Mad City Wildcard. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. We're at game number 3 here in our very first playoff match. What a way to start it off, Nightstar. Game number 3, UNT taking on Wild Cards. And we saw 2 games today that could not have been more different.
Yeah, they were very fast at the very least. But yeah, I mean, they were one-sided for each respective team here. And coming into this third and final game, I'm almost expecting Wildcard to just opt into the same stuff UNT were. So just go and fight fire with fire, even though I don't think that's necessarily the best option or the ideal play. But because of how these drafts have played out, it almost seems like both teams are just more comfortable throwing caution to the wind.
Yeah, especially around these mid-game. That's where a lot of the mistakes that we've been seeing result in huge swings come out. And I think that that's just something that we see a lot here in the UCL. Teams are starting to figure out, the early laning phase, the early jungling paths of a lot of these powerful junglers. But around the mid-game is where we really see the full team macro tested. And if you step out of place, if you're not at an objective at the right time, or if you mismanage your wave, teams will punish you. And that's what I'm really looking for, is who can take advantage of more of those mistakes in the mid game, because both squads are going to make them. But so far we've seen normally the squad with more tools in the mid game to punish those mistakes comes out on top. Of course, again, it all comes down to execution. You can draft all the tools in the world, but if you don't use them, it doesn't matter. So all comes down to game number 3. And I want to ask you, Nightstar, what are some key champions that you're looking out for in this draft?
Yeah, I think the Silas.
So Var's first pick is going to be the first one I was waiting for.
Silas is going to be an interesting pick here because, again, both teams seem to have a propensity to go for that champion. Varus being the first pick here for UNT makes a lot of sense. And okay, so Mad City, they go ahead and lock in an early set here. Has flexibility, a lot of flex potential, can throw into the mid lane, the top lane, or into that support. Or if you pick something like a Xin, you can really just throw him into the jungle as well. Yes, his clear is not that great, but when you have another slow clearing jungler like a Xin, it doesn't really matter. And then they go ahead, supplement that first pick with a Jinx here. So picking already, trying to match some of that late game pressure offered by Varus.
Yeah, and also if you are looking towards the top lane, which if you remember back to game 1, Axum was a huge component of that game 1 victory. Remember that Seth recently got those really nice AD buffs, and Sauce has been playing mostly tanks lately. Set has a really good matchup into pretty much every single tank. So that could almost be a bit of a turn, saying, hey, pick one of those weak side matchups into me if you dare. But UNT, they're going to grab the second piece of the puzzle that helped them out so much in game number 2, with the Xin Zhao and the Urgot being hovered and finally locked in here for the top lane.
Yeah, so Xin makes a lot of sense because they just want to play a very similar play style from game number 2, where most likely he's just going to hard run at them in that bottom lane. Set, not a bad option to try and counter that, but we'll see where he ends up going in at the very end.
Not a great one either.
Yeah, and Urgot here I think is really more targeted at this set pick, being able to have a little bit of range here, being able to also ignore the shield coming in from Set with his ultimate. And now Wildcard, they'll be able to secure themselves this Morgana. Morgana still has options, can go into the jungle and also into that support role. And right now, the support role doesn't look half bad either.
No, having a ranged support into the likes of the Varus makes the lane a little bit easier for the Jinx, as well as that black shield to try to prevent any engages does feel pretty great. I will say that I do prefer having an engaged support alongside of the Jinx, but that's personal preference. Also, I'm just surprised that the Morgana made it so far into the draft. It was kind of looking there like she wasn't even going to get picked up in the first round. As we saw UNC, obviously they just have higher Zinzao priority, which has been shown to be more successful for them in this series. But the fact that Mad did not opt for it right away did surprise me a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that was also in part due to the fact that, hey, we know they'll probably just go for the Zin anyways, so we can just go ahead, hold on to it, wait for R3 to lock ourselves in that Morgana, get a little bit other priority picks here. And because of that, I really do think the set is going to go into support, because if you early pick set top lane, that seems like a mistake. So that definitely feels more of like a, hey, let's make it seem like it's going to be set top and make it seem like it's a blunder in the draft, and then throw it into the bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see what the pick from UNT comes out here. That's really going to be the deciding factor. Alistar locked in, pretty powerful alongside the Varus, but also, not too bad for the side of Set into the melee matchup. The possibility definitely still open. What's going to be the mid lane now for UNT? They know they're going up against the Orianna here. And it is going to be the Syndra, a matchup as old as League of Legends itself. We're going to see the two premier control mages going at each other once again.
Syndra locked in here, offers, of course, long range engage as well, with her Scatter of the Weak once that gets maxed out. And for wildcard, yep, that's exactly what I thought would end up being played out here, is the fact that the set is really just a bait pick to throw into that bottom lane at the very end. And it's going to be Aatrox, so also a matchup that we've seen a long time ago. It was 3 years ago when Urgot Aatrox were just the matchup topside, and we're going to have a bit of a throwback here, as Aatrox will be that last pick.
Yeah, now Urgot has definitely been rising in popularity over the last couple of patches. Aatrox, I would say, has been on a bit of a decline since his former power and glory, but still, I think these two champions, I'd be interested to get your thoughts on this Nightstar, but relatively even in power. I'm not too sure if, which way that this lane actually swings. However, I will say that this is not a pure tank. So if Sauce is not at least a little bit careful in this lane, he can be exploited.
Yeah, that's certainly true here. And I mean, Aatrox definitely not his former self, especially in this meta. He did show up at the start of the season. That was when Gore Drinker was just giga busted. Now it's not. He doesn't get away with a lot of the things he does, and into something like an Urgot, it's going to be very frustrating. And there's just actually a lot of range coming in from UNT that it can be very difficult for this Aatrox to really gain purchase. So I'm looking for Javi to really invest a lot of time in trying to get Axum ahead here, get maybe a kill or two on this Urgot. And if you're able to do that, then Aatrox can really be a menace when it comes to that mid game, being able to get those flank angles and running rampant over this very immobile Varus Syndra.
Yeah, talk about those flank angles, though. That's going to be so important for the side of Mad City, because they don't have a reliable form of engage. You've got the long range bindings, and you've got Aatrox and Set who can be effective once they get into melee range. But when you're staring down the barrel of an Alistar, a Syndra, a Varus, there's a lot of ways to prevent those guys from just kind of running at you, which is all they do. So I will be looking closely at Mad City and their setups and their approaches to fights. If they're able to control vision, if they're able to control the rivers around the dragons and the heralds before they actually spawn. This is a composition that front to back on the surface seems pretty simple, but because of its lack of tools, actually does have a pretty high bar of execution, because there's a lot of forethought that has to go into getting the correct fights.
Yeah, and actually both of these compositions, ending game 3, ending the series with more of standard front to back. We don't see the bajillion dive tools that we saw in game number 1 and game number 2. This time it's a lot of balance. You have 2 range carries, or both squads have 3 range carries in in this final game, but at the very least not tossing away range in exchange for just more engage. And I think the play for Wildcard is going to be hinged upon this set here, because he is going to be their main source of team fight engage, whereas Aatrox is kind of sitting out on the flank waiting for things to happen and then going in.
Yeah. Now Flick is back onto his Xin Zhao, so Nightstar, I'm gonna pick your brain and ask you about his early jungle path. And we saw game 2, it was just, I guess I won't even really call it much jungle pathing, more as gank pathing.
Yeah.
What lane is it going to be this time? Because I see merits to ganking actually all of these lanes.
Yeah. I also see the merit as well, because Aatrox, he's definitely going to be putting himself at risk very easily in that top side. The Urgot has range advantage, so if you're able to get onto Aatrox, this Urgot could just snowball very quickly ahead. And in that mid lane, when it comes to the Syndra pick, the Syndra can set things up very easily for Xin, and Xin can get himself ahead through that mid lane. And of course, in that bot lane, we all know what Porto can do on this Varus pick, so I'm not surprised if they invest a lot of effort into trying to get this Varus pick ahead.
All right, well, a lot of options here for the side of UNT. Mad City feel a bit more limited than in previous games, but they've still got one heck of a team fight should it extend that late. We're going to toss it over to one last short break as we get ready for game number 3. Nightstar, and all the players will be waiting you on the other side, so stay tuned. like music to my ears. The first sound I hear when we load into the game is just ping, 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 ping. All 5 members moving out as one. I love level 1 shenanigans, Nightstar. I hope we get to see some.
Yeah, there could be some level 1 shenanigans, but unfortunately for them, the Urgot's not in a position where they can really take advantage of it. So,
Darn
looks like,
words.
Yeah, unfortunate. Will be just kind of a 5-man spread at the end of all of this. However, there will be wards thrown down on both of these blue buffs, so we'll get information and knowledge of where both of these junglers are starting. And I mean, during the break, we were talking about different Varus builds here. How the lethality build could have been pretty good here, given the fact that there's not necessarily a hard tank on the flip side, and also being able to kind of match the range of Jinx to a certain degree.
Ooh, Sweeper Lens is going to catch that ward, and Sauce is going to get the kill. So that does mean that he'll get the 1 minion advantage in lane when he does get back. Like you said, both junglers will be, I guess, not spotted out, but information on their start will be given over. Javi starting on this top side, but they can see that he's not on his blue buff right now. Junglers will both be pathing bot. I do expect Javi to be faster on the clear, but we all know how powerful Flick can be in these early couple of levels. So flash forward from 357 onto Porto. Ignite gonna come down too. They immediately chunk him out, but he holds on to his own flash, just burns the heal.
Yeah, and this is what we saw in game number 2 as well, where the two were so dominant when it came into just the lane phase. But once the jungler got involved, that's when things went south very quickly. So expect to possibly see more of that in this game number 3, where they have to play really respectfully. They have to make sure that they are warded against the Xin, because the Xin can just get that red buff and run straight at them right here. But Porto, he's taking a lot of poke damage to set up for this game.
Yeah, Nutty Bar's just making sure that he can crash that very first wave. They did have the vision that you were asking for. They've got a ward over the red buff. They've got a ward in Tri. They've got a ward in River. They are completely protected if Xin wants to make his way down. And now you can see this is where Javi starts to pull ahead a little bit, is able to completely finish his first full clear, and is now working on the scuttle. I actually think Flick recognizes this. So this is very smart from Flick to assume that Javi is going to get to that scuttle first. Doesn't even waste time walking towards his Krugs. He just immediately goes top to get the other one.
Yeah, also just the fact that Zen doesn't clear Krugs very well here, so makes a lot of sense, but possible gank.
Here comes the pullback though, into the binding. Chomper's behind to cut off his escape route. Rainy
doesn't
will
land it.
just flash out to safety with 1 auto attack of HP left. But the kill doesn't come through, and so Porto doesn't really lose anything. I don't know if I would really call that a successful gank. All you did was blow Alistar's flash.
Yeah, but this could be a successful.
His hand. He does tag Axum, and there's the knock up into the shove back from the Disdain. There's first blood, and that's how you get an early gank off.
Yeah, and that's such a well executed gank there, and that was almost what I was expecting at perhaps a level 2 gank from Flick. Just go straight top, hammer that advantage home. But he comes up here at level 4. A little bit later than what I was expecting, but at the very least able to get that kill, and it could set up for another one.
He's here again. Javi's behind though. And look at that pull back into the binding. Flick! He was depending on you to keep him safe. And Flick just lets him die. He realizes that there's nothing left to do in that fight. Javi was just there first. Beautiful counter gank from the Morgana.
I don't think it was more so first there, as more of like.
I was gonna say he countered the counter gank by ganking first.
Yeah. Oh, he also just saw that there was a bajillion minions. He was like, "Yeah, I want none of that. I'd love to have the minions, but I don't want them beating on my back like that, because that hurts, as Sauce figured out right then and there, and that actually throws a lot of the lead back into the hands of Axum, where Axum gets himself the kill, but also the EXP differential, because Sauce did lose quite a bit of that wave to that tower.
That he did. Axum will once again be feeling pretty good in this lane, although Sauce did get the back off, so is sitting on a Bramble Vest right now. Axum still sitting on almost 800 gold. So until that reset comes through, Sauce is going to be fine. He's not really going to be worried about taking any horrible trades or a dive, as long as he can keep himself healthy. Checking back in on this bottom lane, though, summoners have just finally all come back up, other than that flash, and CS has been relatively even. So everything calm up until now. I had to speak it into existence as 357 gets engaged on. Good flash.
Javi and Ori are here.
And now here comes the turnaround. Flick is able to blow him up thanks to the piercing arrow. Rosinkin uses the shockwave to get one. Javi is low. He has to be careful. This should be everybody dead. Porto is not able to trade any more back. Little Nate's here. Flashes over the binding, but a
Good
great
dodge.
sidestep from the Scatter the Weak. Rosinkin's out of mana. He's just auto-attacking away. Auto-attack the Syndra more. The ultimate's gonna come out and kill Nutty Bars. Binding does land. It's Pandemonium in the bot lane Nightstar. Again.
I was just about to say, hey, Ori's got some free time. Looks like she's going to roam down bot lane to at least secure the crab. But then once the play starts coming in from the Xin, it's not about the crab anymore. It's about just matching the gank and the roam coming in. And they are able to reach there in time. But the late arrival of Nate does mean it is just going to be a 2-for-2 trade. So not a bad end result coming in for UNT, and now we'll see which team is going to be up to find priority and look to target that first dragon.
If we look at where that gold went, 2 kills to each squad, 1 apiece to the mid laner, and then 1 to Flick and 1 to Nutty Bars. So all of them onto carries. I think both teams are pretty happy with that. Flick might be the greatest benefactor in the short term, as he is going to lethality build, so getting to that first item is going to be important. Now, though, it's the dragon fight. Rainy, he's caught out. He looks for an engage instead. Flick is in the backline onto Javi and Nutty, but he has to use the ultimate to disengage. Now 357 chasing him down. The zap is going to land. Flick smites for HP, but he's going to go down nonetheless. He's going to trade one.
Okay.
He's going to go down nonetheless. Dragon resets, but with a jungler dead, this one for sure belongs to Wildcard.
Yeah, and even if Flick was up and available, because he had just smoked 4 health, he wasn't going to have it up again to secure the dragon regardless. So nice little play there. That's going to be 1 out by the side of Wildcard, and that's a nice little positive trade there. And now that means they are on the journey to make it to that soul, take that first step. And with Mountain Dragon being the second one, it means we're going to have Ocean or Cloud for our Soul Dragon.
Shockwave coming out from Rosinkin there, looking for a trade. Doesn't quite find it. Does reset the wave so we can back. 357,
Nice
beautiful pull back onto the Flame Chomper.
Too many minions.
For the Nutty. And he goes down 450 gold into Alistar's pocket. Not where you really want it, but you're going to take those anyway. 357 gets ignited. Oh, that's a risky headbutt. But Porto's got the damage in time, and it's 2 kills in that 2v2.
And it's just too easy. It was a nice little play coming in from the set, but because of how many minions there were, Jinx wasn't able to hit the zap right afterwards. So while it was a nice setup, the execution just wasn't quite clean enough, and they find a weird trading window, and as a result, they get heavily punished. They're going to lose a lot of minions to this tower, and that's going to be a little bit painful. Flick says hello to mid lane, but all in all, just merely a hello.
He's just passing by, making sure that Razikin knows that he could gank him if he wanted to. But he's going to choose to go to his Wolves instead.
Look
Herald
at how
just
much
picked-
top pressure is here.
Yeah, the Herald just picked up for the side of Wild.
They want
That
flick.
was their response, and now they want a little bit more. Pops the ultimate.
Can he get around?
357 doesn't have the ultimate here. Great job juggling the aggro, and find a kill onto the set as he split off from the rest of his team. But it's support for jungler here.
Yeah, you'll definitely take that trade here, as you're also going to be able to get a bonus crab. Rainy, though, coming on in. They don't find the stun, and now Sauce is in trouble. Oh, that gets canceled out.
Interrupt on the dash there from the Urgot. Means he has to flash. Oh, what a bind! And that binding lands through the minions. I'd be a little upset if I was Sauce, but truth is, he was probably going down anyway with Axum committing the flash there. Great binding gonna land, and they have the Herald to potentially take down that tower if they can get the plates low enough.
Yeah, but the action doesn't stop.
In the bot lane. Really great shield from the set. The Haymaker buying a lot of time. Jinx is ramping
that's a
up.
big ult.
357 brings Varus into turret range. That's going to be the kill. That's going to mean he's excited. Nutty, though, gets hit into the Xin Zhao. He clears out the wave and will survive for a few seconds longer. The Herald drop top. They're trying to take that tower. And Jinx is just trying to survive. Aatrox's going to
it's actually
teleport down there
teleport.
to make sure the Nutty Bar stays alive. And that means there's no answer to the top lane tower other than the one kill on 357.
Yeah, actually a massive turn of events there, being able to, I believe, go 2-for-1 in that bot side, but or I believe, what was it, 1-for-1? It was 1-for-1 in that bottom side, but they got a 1-for-0 in top side and the first tower. So it was just a massive win for the side of UNT, or wild card there, being able to secure that first tower gold. And now you're looking at this Aatrox that is pretty healthy when it comes to game states. He's got the farm not too far behind, and the 3 kills is going to help him a lot come mid game.
Oh, big chunk of damage.
He wants him.
He doesn't have anything else now. Shockwave gonna bring him in. So low. Yeah, Rezing's just gonna delete him.
Though.
We'll trade back though, both of them. What a TP there. What a TP play there from TX Sauce. Man, say that one 5 times fast.
Yeah,
Don't actually, you'll make me look stupid because it's not that hard.
yeah, then it looks like for the side of wildcard, they just go for the lane swap, but that's not the lane swap they wanted.
Javi, I don't think his black shield is up
Nice
yet.
little play there.
Let's get the root.
wait.
Turns out the ult 2. Little Nate is tanking the tower. The Jinx rocket was there, but Javi doesn't need it. Just gets the kill himself. That's the Morgana. She has just been power farming all game long, has the Leandries now, and that's exactly what it can do.
Yeah, and this is the big difference, right? Because this time they didn't hard send it into the Xin Zhao early on, and that means, well, the lead from Xin isn't as big. That means the Morgana is able to accumulate farm and really snowball and force her lead in this jungle to just an unreal amount. And she's got 20 CS lead, and she is in perfect prime position to really snowball into this mid game. And you've already seen some of that damage coming out.
Oh yeah, lots of it so far. And Javi is only going to get stronger and get faster at clearing out this jungle. The Morgana, despite having one of the fastest early clears, her clear gets faster, if you can believe it or not. She's just going to obliterate this jungle in the matter of seconds. So, Javi, keep it up. You're doing great. Hope to see some more out of you in the next couple of minutes. If you're Flick, you got to find a play soon, because this Xin Zhao is starting to slip behind, especially going this lethality build means you even have less time on the map to be powerful, to be effective. So is looking for some big breakout plays here. Axum is behind Porto and he doesn't know. He's got
what do you know?
Going to be there in time. Axum is on a rampage now. And 3 members ready to back him up, but they just weren't close enough.
And Javi was just they're just too fast. That Predator coming in massive there, but Razakin.
Turn from Razakin. He has the ultimate.
That's the 1v1.
What a play. 1v1 for TX Sauce to keep things interesting.
Yeah, and look at both of these. It's not just one of these top laners being successful. It's actually both of them, which is a little bit unusual because usually if you see one top laner succeed, it's through a bunch of these solo kills, but neither of them really finding that here, except for the very early stages of the game, and now Axum wants more.
Flick pops the World Ender. There's the binding to knock him in place, and Flick, he has nowhere to go. Good luck, you're not moving for a while.
They're stuck in the choke now.
Down to the back line. Axum's low, but they brought the ADC back. And Porto is dead. Flash from Little Nate is gonna save him, but it's gonna condemn his support. Oh man, that was sad. But you know, Rainey would have taken that for him anyway.
Yeah, you would definitely say that the trade is worth it there. And honestly, for Rainey, he had the option to flash, but I would say you probably just save it there. You want to have that Alistar engaged power against such a vulnerable backline, and it's really key for him to have flash for these fights to go well, because they need to be able to get onto this Jinx and onto this Orianna, because they're doing very well for themselves. And I mean, the Varus isn't as hot as he was in the previous game, so all eyes on Jinx when it comes to these team fights.
For sure. Jinx and Axum, I want to make sure he's getting his due credit. 5-1-0. You called out both these top laners doing really well.
Yep.
But I think it's so important for Axum specifically to be ahead, because we mentioned going into this game, the engage is quite limited for the side of Wildcard. They're kind of resigned to just running at you. And when that's your main course of action, you better hope that the one doing the running is taking enough to take a lot of damage. And right now with the Gore Drinker, plated steel caps, he's probably getting close to that second item. It escapes my brain. Sterix Gauge, thank you, at the moment. And once you do get that 2-item core, you become borderline unkillable.
Yeah, you become incredibly beefy. Of course, it's not quite as unkillable as at the start of the season, where those 2 items were unreal. It's now a lot more reasonable, but really all eyes on this next dragon, as it will be spawning in a minute. And
you know, Nexstar, I understand why we don't, but I always wish that we had at least a couple of competitive tournaments during like the preseason when Riot's making all these huge changes, because I'd love to see these really talented players just running around with godlike items, with Gore Drinker just healing you up to full on every single cast. I want to see that on like 4 characters in a semi-pro match. That'd be hilarious. But no, we have to wait until it's nerfed and it's balanced.
Please, no.
But then it still release champions like Seraphine, so what's the problem?
Well, the problem, right now, it's the fact that the side of Wildcard, they've got River posturing right now. They've got full control. They're in the river, and for the side of UNT, they have to figure out how to get in.
Now they don't have mid push, and that was what got UNC entrance here and engage. But Rainey pops the ultimate and takes so much damage. They kind of have to just leave now.
That's a catch.
He's gonna land and Axum. He's gonna run on in. Sauce,
that's it.
Very low to falling. There's the shutdown from the Jinx. There's a lot of gold going on to the main carry. This dragon is going to follow that soul point pre 20 minutes. And UNC here, they're grasping at straws. They're trying to find something mid now, because they know with that play, this game is starting to slip out of their hands.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is going to be a Cloud Soul that they would be obtaining, but honestly, it's not bad at all. It's not bad at all, because you talk about how linear their composition was, right? Where it's just all run at you. Well, it certainly helps when you get an extra 10% move speed to help run at them.
I actually, we'll hold that thought. 357, looking for a little Nate. No. Get him. Okay, get him. He's coming back.
He got him.
What a beating. He got him.
Got him. Woo!
Got it. Jinx now excited. Returning to my previous point, though, I thought it was absolutely hilarious this season when the Turbo Chem Tank meta came in and we saw the rise of Udyr and Hecarim, because for years, champions like this have just been absolutely crapped on by the competitive community because they're too linear. All they can do is run at you. Well, guess what? Now we have a 2-month meta where the only thing champions do is run at you at like Mach 12. And we now see as a League of Legends community that can be a very viable strat in the right situations. And Cloud Soul is going to simulate a little bit of that. I look forward to watching Axum moving at 1,000,000 miles per hour and just watching the hope drain out of Little Nate and Porto's eyes as they realize no amount of flashes will get them away.
Yeah, now the play comes down to how well are they able to disengage and stop that very linear engage, of course, coming in from the Aatrox in the set. And if they're able to reset the fight, it does give them a chance. But again, the backline is just that much stronger on the side of Wildcard at the moment. So this Jinx so far ahead. And this Orianna, while, you know, kind of even for the most part with this Syndra, it's going to be a lot easier for her to play out some of these fights at the moment because of, again, how far ahead this Jinx is.
And what UNT do still have is a lot of pick potential. 500 gold bounty on this Aatrox, 600 gold bounty on this Jinx. If you can find one of these members and get that gold into the carries of one of your pockets, this game starts to look a little bit more possible. It is still only a 4,000 gold lead. It feels like Wildcard are in complete control. They definitely are in complete control, but this game has not gone beyond their grasp quite yet. Picks like this are going to get it there a little faster than they might like, though.
Yeah, and both of these teams have a lot of pick potential. You talked about on the flip side, for the side of UNT, having the Xin, having, of course, the Urgot ultimate, having the Scatter the Weak from Syndra, and this Varus ultimate, and of course, an Alistar. That's great. That definitely sets up for picks, but when you don't have vision control and being able to set up those picks makes it that much harder. And on the flip side, you've got Morgana. She is probably one of the pinnacles of a pick composition, a definition of pick potential. And okay,
over the Scatter the Weak from 357 to get on top of Little Nate. There comes the rocket. The Ignite ticks him down. Slow clap for that play. Absolutely flawless engage there from the set.
Yeah, absolute execution there, as well as Nutty Bars gets yet another big rocket. And these rockets are doing so much work, and soon they'll be able to get a Cloud Soul on top of it, which means these rockets get all the more plentiful, as that will be the next focus after they have claimed this Baron buff, as that will be coming up in 50 seconds.
At some point, Jinx just becomes a mini Karthus, where you can just throw out from across the map a small nuclear explosion in a team fight if you can hit it. Can even outsmite junglers. I think that's my favorite part, honestly, about seeing Jinx in the competitive meta again, is now seeing that she is essentially just a better jungler from across the map than anybody else, because she will do more damage with that percent missing health explosion to the objective than a smite could ever hope to do.
Yeah, uncapped to monsters for no apparent reason. We're still trying to figure that one out as analysts, but you know, it is what it is. And now Lil Nate is just absolutely
one shot.
No, not quite.
So close.
Not quite enough damage on that dot there, but
from downtown. Just gonna say, Little Nate had stopwatch that whole time, so maybe he just knew how much that burn was going to do. All I'm saying is I would have pressed it. 357's gonna drag Flick back into the squad.
This might be it.
He does get out with his ultimate. They're looking for Nutty, but they can't find him, and that means that this team is still very dangerous. Rosenkin is low enough for an Urgot ult if he could find his snipe. Bahavi's gonna stand in front of him. Jinx now excited. They have that Cloud Soul to fall back on. but
Yep.
low health bars. Rosinkin has TP, so he'll be back to this fight.
Hex flash over.
No
and
catching.
there we go. That is Cloud Soul now secured. Ultimates galore, and also a bonus move speed for a lot of the very linear engage coming in. That means Set is all the more fearsome. He already has Turbo Chem tank, so he's moving at above Mach 1 speeds.
I just want to watch Axum press his R now and just fly.
We could see it very soon.
He's looking for it. He flashes away. There goes
There
the
it
Gold
is.
Ender.
He could just 1v1 the
still.
support.
So what he's going to look to do, 357 is going to find little
That stopwatch.
Nate. Goes Golden to avoid the rocket, but stopwatch might as well be a death sentence if a Jinx is around. Porto.
And that's
he
it.
Steps back for a moment. Double kill there for Javi. Axum's still working on that 1v1. Alistar can be a bit annoying to finally take down the tower. Maybe Axum. Okay, no, he walks away. The real battle is going on inside the base. Sauce is gonna fall. Nutty is excited, and the Nexus towers will fall. It took them an extra game, but game 3 was arguably almost as dominant as game 1, ending in 26 minutes with an 11,000 gold lead. Congratulations to Mad City Wildcard. Their sister team came out first in their group. Wildcard might have come out third, but they're still showing up here in playoffs.
Yeah, wild card, Mad City wild card coming out in absolute dominant fashion in both the games they won. And yes, they got slapped around in game number 2, but they realized their mistakes. They realized all they have to do is not allow the Zin to just snowball the game to unreal proportions. And once that happens, you saw the Zin didn't have a lot of ground to really hold himself up. And Javi got to do Morgana things. I was really, really worried that we would see 3 games of Morgana losing, but at last we find the game where Morgana does pay off massive dividends.
Yeah, and I was pretty impressed with Javi's Morgana throughout the entire series. In game number 2, sure, they lost it in a pretty spectacular fashion, but I once again want to point out that if Flick had not gotten kills in that bottom lane,
Yep.
more or less if he had not gotten 3 kills in the span of like a minute over to the Varus, then Javi was about to be leagues ahead of him in the jungle. So 2 good games from him in terms of performance. It was just that there was another win condition in game number 2. So this is a team that I put my stamp of approval on for the Morgana jungle at least. I would like to see this team continue to play it as the playoffs continue, and they'll get some more chances as they are going to be moving on. Taking a quick look at the bracket, they will be playing the winner of the match between Wichita Wolves and UCSD. Now, if we expect Wichita Wolves, who are their first seed and the favorites, to win that match, then Mad City have a pretty tough opponent going into next week. It'll definitely be their biggest challenge to date.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a match to watch here, as this itself was also of course a back and forth, but I love the drafts coming out towards the end. And overall, I would say in all 3 games they did have a better handle on the draft, so I'm very excited to see where it takes them next week.
Well, congratulations, Mad City, and thank you for playing UNT. We hope to see you next season. Probably the best part about UCL is that the seasons are so short, so sure, they're knocked out of playoffs. We might get to see them back on the stage here in like 3 or 4 weeks once everything is wrapped up. But until next week, we're going to wrap it up for tonight. We'll continue with playoffs week number 2, same time, same place, so you better make sure that you're back here. We will make sure that we are, because we have to be. It's in our contracts. Actually, I don't even know if we sign contracts. Anyway, we'll see you guys next week. We're going to sign it off for tonight.